Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the house settling. A faint creak, a distant shift in the wooden beams above me. I lived alone, and old houses made noises that was normal. But then it happened again. Louder this time, the unmistakable sound of movement. I paused in the middle of the hallway, straining to listen. The noise was faint but deliberate, like someone shifting their weight on the attic floor. My pulse quickened as I stared up at the ceiling, tracing the outline of the attic door. I hadn't been up there in months, and I was certain no one else had either. Forcing myself to stay calm, I walked to the attic entrance and reached for the pull-down cord. My fingers barely brushed it before I hesitated. The sound had stopped the moment I got close, as if whoever or whatever was up there knew I was listening. A cold chill crawled down my spine. I took a step back, trying to think rationally. It could be an animal, maybe a raccoon that had somehow found its way inside. That seemed like the most reasonable explanation. But the weight of the sound, the deliberate way it moved, made me doubt it. Swallowing my fear, I grabbed the cord and pulled. The attic door didn't budge. I tried again, harder this time, but it was locked. That didn't make sense. There was no lock on the attic door. It was just a simple hatch that should have opened with a tug. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I took another step back. I pressed my hands against the wood, feeling for any sign of resistance. It was sealed shut, like something was holding it from the other side. I whispered a curse under my breath, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. I decided to ignore it for the night. Whatever was up there, I'd deal with it in the morning when I had better light. I locked my bedroom door before going to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something shifting just above me, waiting. By morning, I tried to push the incident out of my mind. Maybe I had dreamed it, or maybe the house had simply shifted in a strange way. But as I stood in the kitchen making coffee, I heard it again. A soft, dragging sound from the attic, slow and deliberate. My hands tightened around the mug. I needed to check. Grabbing a flashlight and a step stool, I made my way back to the attic door. I gave the cord another pull, but it still wouldn't open. My stomach twisted with unease. I needed another way in. I went outside, stepping into the crisp morning air. My house had a small side window leading into the attic, barely large enough for a person to fit through. I grabbed a ladder from the shed and propped it against the wall, my breath coming in short bursts. As I climbed, I tried to steady my nerves. The window was dusty, the glass slightly warped. I peered inside, expecting to see old boxes and forgotten furniture. But what I saw made my blood run cold. There was a chair positioned directly in the center of the attic, facing the hatch, and in that chair sat a figure, motionless. I jerked back so quickly I nearly lost my grip on the ladder. My breathing turned ragged, my mind struggling to make sense of what I had just seen. The attic was supposed to be empty. There was no way anyone could be up there. For several minutes I stayed frozen on the ladder, gripping the rungs so tightly my knuckles turned white. The figure hadn't moved. It just sat there, shrouded in the dim attic light. I had to be imagining it. Maybe it was just an old mannequin or a forgotten piece of furniture that my mind had twisted into something sinister. Summoning every ounce of courage, I climbed back down and went inside. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage, determined to pry the attic door open. My hands trembled as I wedged the metal into the frame and pushed with all my strength. The wood groaned before finally giving way. The attic door swung open, revealing the narrow passage leading upward. I hesitated only a moment before climbing the ladder, flashlight gripped tightly in my free hand. The attic was thick with dust, the air stale and heavy. My light swept across the room, illuminating stacks of old boxes and forgotten belongings. But the chair the figure was gone. The space where it had been was completely empty. I swallowed hard, stepping deeper into the attic. The floor creaked beneath me, the weight of silence pressing down on my chest. I checked every corner, every shadowed space, but there was no sign of anyone ever being there. My mind raced with possibilities. Had I imagined it? The dust on the floor was undisturbed, no footprints or marks to suggest movement. But I knew what I had seen. That chair had been occupied. Feeling a surge of unease, I backed away toward the exit. Just as I reached the hatch, a whisper brushed against my ear, soft and breathless. My entire body went rigid. I didn't stay to listen. I climbed down as fast as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. I slammed the attic door shut and pushed a chair underneath it, my hands shaking. Whatever was up there, I didn't want to know. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening. The house was silent, but I could feel it. A presence just beyond the attic door, waiting. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. And when morning came, I made a decision. I packed my things and left. I never went back. Story 2. The letter was waiting in my mailbox when I got home from work. It was a plain white envelope, unmarked except for my name scrawled across the front in uneven handwriting. There was no return address, no postage stamp, just my name, as if someone had placed it there by hand. I felt a strange unease as I tore it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper held a short message written in thick black ink. I know you took it. The words were bold, pressed deep into the page, as if the writer had been angry. My stomach twisted as I read the sentence again, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't taken anything. I turned the envelope over, searching for any clue about where it had come from. The paper smelled faintly of something metallic, almost like blood or rust. My hands felt clammy as I dropped it onto the kitchen counter. Someone had gone through the trouble of delivering this by hand, which meant they knew where I lived. I paced my apartment, racking my brain for an explanation. Had someone sent it by mistake? Was this meant for a different person? The idea gave me little comfort because it still meant someone had been outside my door, close enough to leave it there. My mind cycled through recent memories, searching for anything that could explain it. Nothing came to mind. I hadn't borrowed anything from a friend, hadn't picked up something that wasn't mine. Yet the message had an accusing tone, as if the sender was absolutely certain. I thought about tossing it out, but something made me hesitate. Instead, I placed it in my desk drawer, out of sight but not forgotten. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the apartment made me tense, listening for footsteps outside my door. I told myself it was just a stupid prank, maybe a mistake, but the uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were restless, full of shadowed figures watching from the corners. The next morning, I checked the mailbox again, half expecting another letter. There was nothing. I let out a breath, shaking my head at myself. Maybe it really had been a one-time thing, a joke that didn't land. But the paranoia stayed with me, settling in the back of my mind like a dull ache. At work, I found myself distracted, checking my phone constantly. I glanced at the faces of my coworkers, wondering if one of them had sent it. No one seemed to be watching me. By the time I got home, I had almost convinced myself to let it go. But when I stepped into my apartment, I froze. The letter was sitting on my coffee table. I hadn't taken it out of the drawer. My pulse pounded in my ears as I stood frozen in the doorway. Someone had been inside. The thought sent a cold wave of fear through me. My apartment was small, only a few rooms, and nothing looked out of place except for the letter. I forced myself to check every room, my heart hammering against my ribs. The locks on my windows were still latched. My door showed no signs of being forced open, but someone had been here. I didn't just misplace the letter. I had put it away, and now it was out in the open. I picked it up carefully, my fingers trembling. The paper felt heavier than before, though I knew that was just my imagination. I turned it over, half expecting more writing to appear. It was the same note, unchanged, but now it felt like a warning. I checked the locks twice before trying to sleep that night. My apartment, which had always felt safe, now felt like a trap. I lay in bed, straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. Hours passed, and eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. I woke up to a sound in the middle of the night. It was faint, just outside my bedroom door. My body went rigid as I held my breath, listening. A soft rustling, like someone shifting their weight. Then silence. I reached for my phone with shaking hands, my fingers fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, landing on my bedroom door. It was slightly open. I knew I had shut it before bed. My heart pounded as I slowly slid out of bed, my bare feet making no sound on the floor. I crept toward the door, every nerve in my body screaming for me to stop. I pushed it open a little wider, scanning the dimly lit living room. Empty. No movement, no sign of anyone. But the air felt heavier, thick with something I couldn't explain. I stepped forward, my breath shallow, and then I saw it. The letter was on the floor, right in the center of the room. I stared at it, my skin crawling. I hadn't left it there. My stomach twisted violently, and for the first time I felt real fear grip me. Someone was playing a game with me, but I didn't know the rules. I reached down, picked it up, and turned it over. There was a new message. I saw you take it. My breath hitched as I read the words, my mind racing. I still didn't know what it was, but whoever this was, they were convinced I had done something. I dropped the letter and grabbed my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed the police. The officer on the other end sounded skeptical, but agreed to send someone over. When they arrived, I felt ridiculous explaining the situation in an anonymous letter. A door slightly open, a feeling of being watched. They searched my apartment but found no signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing, no evidence of an intruder. The officer asked if I had enemies, someone who might want to scare me. I couldn't think of anyone. They suggested it might be a prank and advised me to install extra locks. That was it. No real answers, just a half-hearted suggestion to be cautious. After they left, I sat in my apartment staring at the letter. I thought about leaving, staying with a friend for a few days, but a sick sense of curiosity kept me there. I needed to know why this was happening. That night, I set up my phone to record while I slept. I placed it on my nightstand, camera facing the door. If someone was coming in, I would see them. It took hours to fall asleep, my body rigid with tension. When I woke up, my phone was lying on the floor, face down. A chill ran through me as I picked it up, my fingers numb. The recording was still running. I swallowed hard and pressed play. At first, it was just darkness and silence. Then, around 3 a.m., my bedroom door creaked open. My breath caught as a figure stepped into view, barely visible in the dim light. It stood there for a long time, motionless. Then, slowly, it moved toward my bed. Just before the screen went black, The figure leaned close to the camera and whispered, "You know what you took." Story 3. The soft tapping pulled me from sleep. At first I thought I had imagined it, a lingering sound from a dream. But then it came again, a slow, deliberate knock against the glass. My breath caught as I turned toward the window, heart pounding in the quiet darkness. The blinds were drawn, shielding the outside world from view. I lay still, listening, every nerve on edge. The wind whispered against the house, but that wasn't the sound I had heard. Someone had knocked. I was sure of it. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to move. The floor was cold beneath my feet as I crept toward the window, each step careful, hesitant. I reached for the blinds, my fingers trembling as I pulled them apart just enough to peek through. The yard was empty, the streetlights casting long shadows across the lawn. I let out a slow breath, trying to steady myself. Maybe it was a tree branch, maybe a bird had hit the glass. But as I turned to step away, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The blinds were swaying slightly, as if someone had just let go of them. I froze, my mind racing. Had someone been standing there, watching me? I pressed my back against the wall, listening for any movement outside. The night remained silent, thick with an eerie stillness. I didn't want to look again, but I had to be sure. With a deep breath, I pulled the blinds back fully, my eyes scanning the darkness beyond. The street was empty. The trees stood motionless. The bushes along the fence rustled slightly in the breeze, but nothing seemed out of place. Yet the uneasy feeling in my chest wouldn't fade. I closed the blinds quickly, locking the window before stepping back. My phone sat on the nightstand, and I grabbed it, checking the time. 3:12 a.m. My fingers hovered over the screen, debating whether to call someone. The police? A friend? But what would I say? That I heard a noise and got spooked. Shaking my head, I set the phone down and climbed back into bed. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, listening to the silence. Sleep felt impossible now, my body too tense, my mind too alert. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I wasn't convinced. Minutes passed, then an hour. I had just begun to drift off when something made my eyes snap open. A faint creaking sound, so soft I almost missed it. My pulse spiked as I strained to listen. It had come from outside near the back of the house. I sat up slowly, my breath shallow. The sound came again, the unmistakable creak of the wooden deck. Someone was out there. My stomach clenched as I slid out of bed, my movements careful, deliberate. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. Step by step, I moved toward the hallway. The back door had a small window, and I hesitated before peeking through it. The porch light cast a dim glow, illuminating the empty deck. My eyes darted to the yard beyond, searching for movement, for a shadow, for anything. Then I saw it. A figure stood at the edge of the tree line, barely visible in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I pressed against the door, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure didn't move. It just stood there motionless, watching. A cold chill crept down my spine. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling as I struggled to unlock it. When I looked up again, the figure was gone. My heart pounded as I scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. I locked every door, every window, making sure they were secure. My hands were shaking as I double-checked the locks, my skin prickling with unease. I wanted to call someone, but I didn't know what to say. That someone had been watching me. that they had disappeared the moment I looked away. I sat in the living room, wide-eyed and alert, waiting for morning. The hours dragged by, each minute stretching unbearably long. Every noise, every creak of the house made my nerves tighten. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. By the time the sun rose, the fear hadn't faded. I hesitated before stepping outside, my heart hammering as I scanned the yard. The grass was undisturbed, no footprints in the dirt, no sign that anyone had been there. Had I imagined it? I wanted to believe that. But as I turned back toward the house, something caught my eye. A single handprint smudged against the glass of my bedroom window. It was too large to be mine. I never slept with the blinds open again. Story 4. The locked room in my house had been untouched for years. It was a storage space, a place I had sealed off simply because I had no use for it. The key sat in a drawer, buried beneath old receipts and spare change. I never thought much about it until the day I found the door slightly open. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the narrow gap. I was certain I had never unlocked that door. My heart pounded as I stepped closer, pressing my palm against the wood. With a slow breath, I nudged it open and peeked inside. The room was exactly as I had left it. Dusty furniture covered with sheets, stacked boxes filled with forgotten belongings. The air smelled stale, untouched by time. But near the entrance, placed neatly on the floor, was a pair of shoes I had never seen before. They were men's shoes, black, slightly worn, but in good condition. My stomach twisted as I crouched down, hesitating before touching them. I ran my fingers over the surface, feeling the smooth leather beneath my fingertips. These did not belong to me. I stood up quickly, my breath shallow. Had someone been in my house? I checked the windows, the locks on the doors. Nothing was broken, nothing was out of place. It didn't make sense. No one had a key but me. My first instinct was to search the rest of the house. I moved cautiously, checking every room, every closet, even under the bed. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of anyone hiding. But the unease clung to me, heavy and unshakable. I returned to the locked room, staring at the shoes as if they might offer an explanation. I picked them up and examined the soles. They were clean, as if they had never been worn outside. That realization sent a shudder through me. I placed them back where I found them, then slowly backed out of the room. My hands trembled as I shut the door, this time making sure to turn the key in the lock. I stood there for a moment, listening. The house was silent, but I felt anything but alone. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak in the house made my heart race. I kept my phone close, debating whether I should call someone. But what would I even say? That a pair of shoes had appeared in a locked room. It sounded ridiculous. The next morning, I forced myself to check the room again. My pulse quickened as I turned the key, pushing the door open. My breath caught in my throat. The shoes were gone. I froze, gripping the doorknob so tightly my knuckles turned white. The room was exactly the same, dusty, untouched except for the missing shoes. My chest tightened as I scanned every corner, hoping for some kind of explanation. But there was none. None. A deep, unsettling fear settled in my stomach. Someone had been here. Someone had placed those shoes and then taken them away. I stepped back, locking the door once again. But this time it didn't bring me any comfort. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, my thoughts circling back to the impossible. I checked the security footage, but nothing was there, just empty hallways, locked doors. No sign of an intruder, no proof of what I had seen. That night, I left the hallway light on. unable to shake the feeling of being watched. I lay in bed, listening to the quiet hum of the house, my nerves on edge. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. A noise woke me in the early hours of the morning, a soft creak like a door opening. My eyes snapped open, my body stiff with fear. I turned my head slowly toward the hallway. The locked room's door was open. Panic surged through me as I sat up, my breath shallow. The key was still in my drawer. There was no way that door should be open. But there it was, a dark sliver of emptiness waiting beyond the threshold. I reached for my phone with shaking hands, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness as I stepped out of bed. My feet were unsteady, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I moved toward the door, every instinct telling me to turn back. The room looked the same at first glance, but then I saw them. The shoes were back, placed neatly near the entrance, and next to them, a single footprint in the dust. My blood turned to ice. The footprint was fresh, as if someone had just been standing there, but there was no one. The air felt heavy, thick with something unseen. My throat tightened as I backed away, my heart slamming against my ribs. I shut the door quickly, locking it with trembling fingers. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of this house, but fear held me in place. For the rest of the night, I sat in the living room with every light on. The silence was unbearable, pressing in on me from all sides. I kept my eyes on the hallway, dreading the moment that door might open again. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the sun rose, I grabbed my keys and left. I drove aimlessly, my thoughts a tangled mess of fear and disbelief. I considered calling the police, but what could they do? There was no crime, no intruder, just a room that refused to stay locked. By the time I returned, the house felt different. The air was still, as if waiting. I hesitated at the threshold, my hand gripping the doorknob. I had to check. I had to know if the shoes were still there. With slow, measured steps, I walked down the hallway. My breath was shallow as I reached the locked room. I turned the key, my stomach twisting with anticipation. The room was empty. The shoes were gone. The footprint had vanished. The dust lay undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been there. A wave of nausea rolled through me. I closed the door, locking it one final time. I didn't care to understand anymore. I just knew that whatever had happened, I was not meant to be part of it. That night, I slept with the lights on, the key clutched in my hand. The house remained silent, but the feeling lingered. A whisper at the back of my mind, a presence just out of sight. And even though I never opened that door again, I always knew it was watching, waiting. Story 5. The living room was quiet except for the low hum of the TV. I had been home alone for hours, curled up on the couch with a blanket. Outside, the wind rattled the windows, but I wasn't paying much attention. I was too absorbed in the show playing on the screen. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A shadow, long and stretching across the wall, slid from one side of the room to the other. My breath caught in my throat as I turned quickly to look behind me. But the room was empty. I sat frozen for a moment, heart pounding in my chest. The windows were shut, the blinds drawn, and there was no one else in the house. I tried to convince myself that it had been a trick of the light, maybe from the TV, but deep down, I knew it hadn't come from the screen. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly stood up, scanning the room. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place, nothing disturbed. I walked over to the nearest window, making sure it was locked. It was. So were the others. I checked the hallway next, my footsteps hesitant as I peered into the dimly lit space. The doors to the bedrooms were open, revealing nothing unusual inside. The silence in the house felt heavier now, as if the air itself had thickened. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head and laughed nervously. I was letting my imagination get the best of me. Maybe I was just tired, seeing things that weren't there. I returned to the couch and pulled the blanket tighter around me, trying to shake off the unease. Minutes passed, and I started to relax again. The show played on, and I focused on the screen, trying to forget the strange shadow. But just as I began to feel normal again, I saw it. The shadow moved across the wall once more. This time, I shot up from the couch, my skin prickling with fear. I turned quickly, scanning the room, my breathing ragged. There was nothing there, no movement, no sound, no logical explanation. My pulse pounded in my ears as I slowly backed away. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I unlocked it. I thought about calling someone, but what would I even say? That I saw a shadow. That I was scared for no reason. It sounded ridiculous. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to walk around the house again, checking every room, every closet. I even looked under the furniture, convincing myself that I would find something that made sense, but there was nothing. I returned to the living room, still gripping my phone, and sat on the edge of the couch. My mind raced, replaying what I had seen. Shadows didn't move on their own. There had to be a source, a light, something to explain it, but I found nothing. The feeling of being watched crept over me then, a suffocating weight pressing against my chest. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything out of place. The walls, the corners, the windows, everything was still, but the feeling didn't fade. A sudden creak sounded from the hallway, and I sucked in a sharp breath. My heart leaped as I turned toward the noise. The floorboards had shifted, as if someone had stepped on them, but I was alone. I clenched my phone tightly, my mind screaming at me to do something. Run, leave, call someone, anything but just sit there. But I couldn't move, my body frozen with fear. Then, slowly, another shadow stretched along the floor. It wasn't my shadow. It wasn't cast from the TV or any light source I could see. It moved differently, creeping along as if it had a mind of its own. I stood up slowly, my entire body shaking as I backed away toward the front door. My fingers fumbled with the lock as I kept my eyes on the shifting darkness. It slid up the wall, stretching unnaturally, as if it were alive. My breath came in quick gasps as I finally yanked the door open and stumbled outside. The cold night air hit me like a shock, but I didn't care. I turned back to the house, expecting to see someone following me, but the living room was empty. The shadow was gone. I stood there for a long time, my arms wrapped around myself, trying to calm my breathing. The wind howled through the trees, and the street was empty, silent. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but I knew what I had seen. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to go back inside. I kept every light on as I moved cautiously through the house, checking every room again. Everything was as it should be, yet the heavy feeling in the air remained. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow felt like it was watching me. I kept my phone close, my heart racing at every creak of the house settling. The minutes crawled by, stretching into endless hours. By morning I was exhausted but relieved to see the sun. The fear from the night before felt distant, like a bad dream. But even in daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in the house with me. Days passed, and I tried to convince myself it had been nothing. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I had been tired, paranoid. But deep down, I wasn't sure. And sometimes when I was alone, I still felt like something unseen was watching. Then, one evening, it happened again. I was washing dishes when I saw a shadow sliding across the wall, moving against the light. I turned quickly, my heart hammering, but the room was empty. I dropped the dish in the sink and stumbled back, my skin cold with fear. My mind screamed at me to run, to leave the house for good, but something inside me knew that no matter where I went, the shadow would follow. Story 6. The key was small, old, and slightly tarnished, with no markings to indicate where it came from. I had found it in the pocket of my winter coat, a coat I hadn't worn in months. Turning it over in my palm, I tried to remember if I had ever seen it before, but nothing came to mind. It didn't belong to any lock I could think of. Curiosity got the better of me, and I started trying it on the doors in my house. It didn't fit the front door, the back door, or even the basement door. I tried it on my bedroom door, the closets, and the small safe I kept in my office. No luck. Something about it unsettled me. If it wasn't mine, then how had it ended up in my coat? I checked the pockets again, searching for any note or clue that might explain it. There was nothing but an old grocery receipt from months ago. That night, I left the key on my nightstand, telling myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe I had picked it up absent-mindedly somewhere and forgotten about it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't supposed to be in my possession. The next morning, I decided to take the key with me and test it elsewhere. I tried it on my car, but it didn't fit the ignition or the doors. At work, I tried it on filing cabinets, storage lockers, and even the janitor's closet. Nothing. I started asking people if they had lost a key, but no one recognized it. My coworkers gave me strange looks when I explained how I found it. After a while, I stopped mentioning it, embarrassed by how much it was bothering me. That night, I placed the key back on my nightstand and turned off the light. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, my mind kept returning to the key, as if it was waiting for me to figure something out. I finally drifted off just before dawn. When I woke up, the key was gone. My heart pounded as I checked the nightstand, then the floor, then the pockets of my coat. It was nowhere to be found. I turned my entire room upside down, but there was no sign of it. I tried to tell myself I had just misplaced it, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. It had been right there when I went to sleep. Someone or something had taken it. But how? That day I couldn't concentrate on anything. My mind kept replaying the moment I first found the key. Had someone put it in my pocket? Had it always been there, waiting for me to notice? The questions nagged at me, offering no answers. I barely slept that night. Every noise in the house made me sit up, listening. I half expected to hear footsteps in the hall, the creak of a door opening, the rattle of a key turning in a lock. But nothing came. A few days passed, and I tried to move on. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing, or maybe I had lost the key and just didn't remember where. But then, something else happened. I came home from work and found the key sitting on my kitchen counter. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it. I hadn't put it there. I had searched every inch of the house, and it hadn't been there before. My first thought was that someone had been inside. I checked all the doors and windows, but they were locked. Nothing was missing or out of place, except for the key. I stood frozen, unsure what to do. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a message from an unknown number. There was no text, just a picture. A close-up of the key, taken on my kitchen counter. My hands shook as I stared at the screen. Whoever had sent it had been inside my house. Recently, I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears as I scanned the room, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow, every dark corner. Someone was watching me. I grabbed the key and left the house, my heart racing. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay there. I drove aimlessly, gripping the key so tightly my fingers ached. It had to mean something. I just didn't know what. After an hour, I found myself parked outside an old motel on the outskirts of town. I wasn't sure why I'd come here, but something told me to check. I walked to the front desk and showed the key to the clerk, asking if it looked familiar. The man's expression changed instantly. His face went pale, and he took a step back. "Where did you get that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. My stomach dropped. I explained that I had found it in my coat, and that it had been appearing and disappearing ever since. He shook his head, eyes darting around as if checking for someone listening. "You need to get rid of that key," he said. "Now." I asked why, but he wouldn't say. He just kept repeating that I shouldn't have it, that it belonged to something or someone I didn't want to know. I pressed him for answers, but he only told me to leave. I left the motel feeling worse than before. Now I had confirmation that the key meant something, but I still had no idea what. I thought about throwing it away, but some part of me knew it wouldn't matter. It would find its way back. That night, I didn't go home. I checked into a different motel, one far from the other. I locked the door, wedged a chair under the handle, and left the key on the nightstand. If it disappeared again, I wanted to know. Morning came, and the key was still there. I exhaled, relieved for the first time in days. Maybe I had broken whatever strange pattern had been happening. But when I picked up the key, I noticed something different. There was a small engraving on the back, one I hadn't seen before. 4 numbers 2417. My breath caught as I realized what they meant. They were a room number. The same room number as the motel I had just left. I didn't want to go back, but I knew I had to. The key wasn't done with me yet, and deep down I feared that whatever door it unlocked was already waiting for me to open it. Story 7. Steam clung to the bathroom walls as I stepped out of the shower, wrapping a towel around myself. The air was thick with humidity, and the mirror above the sink was completely fogged over. I wiped a hand across the glass, expecting to see my reflection appear beneath my touch. Instead, my breath caught in my throat as letters slowly emerged from the mist. The words were uneven, as if drawn by an unsteady hand. "I'm closer than you think." My stomach twisted as I stared at the message. My first thought was that someone had played a prank, but I lived alone. No one else had been in my apartment. The door had been locked, the windows shut. I backed away, my pulse hammering in my ears. The message hadn't been there before my shower, and yet now it was clear as day. I grabbed my phone from the sink, fingers trembling as I tried to think logically. Maybe the words had been written on the mirror beforehand, only revealed by the condensation. But that didn't explain who had written them. I turned, scanning the bathroom with a sinking feeling. The shower curtain swayed slightly, but there was no draft. I forced myself to pull it back, half expecting someone to be standing there. Nothing. Just the damp tiles and my own reflection staring back at me, wide-eyed and tense. I hurried out of the bathroom, not bothering to wipe away the message. The living room was exactly how I had left it, my front door still bolted shut. I checked every closet, every possible hiding space, my skin prickling as if I were being watched. No one was there. I was alone. Trying to calm myself, I sat on the couch, gripping my phone tightly. Maybe it was a prank, something I had forgotten about. Maybe a friend had done it as a joke during a visit, but I hadn't had anyone over in weeks. The thought unsettled me even more. That night, I tried to sleep, but my mind wouldn't let go of the message. Every creak of the apartment made me jolt upright. Every shadow seemed to stretch in unnatural ways. I kept glancing toward my bedroom door, expecting it to move, expecting to hear footsteps that weren't mine. The silence felt heavier than usual. By morning, I convinced myself it had to be some weird trick of the moisture in the air. I went about my day as normally as I could, pushing the thought to the back of my mind. But something in my apartment felt off. The air felt heavier, the rooms quieter than they should have been. It was as if I wasn't alone, as if something unseen was lingering just out of sight. That night, I hesitated before stepping into the shower again. I shook my head, cursing myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. It was nothing, just a stupid message. I turned on the water, letting the heat soothe my nerves, forcing myself to forget about it. When I stepped out and wiped the mirror again, my heart nearly stopped. Another message had appeared. I see you. My towel slipped from my fingers as I stumbled back, my chest tightening with fear. Someone was in my apartment. Someone had to be. I grabbed my phone and ran into the hallway, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. I checked every door, every possible entrance again. The locks were still intact. There was no sign of a break-in. And yet, the words were there, fresh on the glass. Undeniable proof that something was terribly wrong. I slept with the lights on that night, barely closing my eyes. Every small sound made my stomach clench. The apartment no longer felt like my own, it felt like something else had claimed it, something unseen but undeniably present. By the third night, I was exhausted, my body heavy with lack of sleep. I avoided the bathroom, brushing my teeth at the kitchen sink, unwilling to step foot in there again. But as I sat in bed, staring at my phone, something caught my eye. The closet door, which I always kept shut, was open just a crack. A chill spread through my body as I forced myself to move. My breath was shallow, my limbs tense. I stepped toward it slowly, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I reached out and yanked the door open in one quick motion. Nothing. Just my clothes hanging limply, undisturbed. I exhaled shakily, rubbing a hand over my face. I was losing my mind. Then, just as I turned away, I noticed something. A faint smudge on the mirror across the room. I stepped closer, dread rising in my throat. The condensation from my earlier shower had faded, but the writing remained, now barely visible. I could just make out the words "behind you." A cold rush of terror flooded through me as I spun around. The room was empty, but I knew, deep in my gut, that I wasn't alone. Something was here. Something had been watching me all along. Story 8. I had just finished a long day at work, and the soft glow of my phone screen was a welcome distraction. Sitting on the couch, I scrolled through some messages when one popped up that made my stomach drop. It was a text from an old friend, Sarah. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of it. Sarah had passed away years ago in a tragic car accident. The message was simple, just 2 words: I miss you. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I read and reread the text, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. There was no explanation, no reason why the message would be sent to me now. I immediately went to call her, but before I could, I noticed something even more unsettling. The number had no name attached to it, just a string of random digits that looked nothing like the phone number Sarah had once had. For a moment, I thought it might be some kind of cruel prank. Maybe one of her friends had somehow gotten a hold of my number and decided to mess with me. But that didn't explain the text itself, nor the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. My fingers shook as I tapped on the screen to reply, thinking that if I could just hear from her, I might be able to make sense of this. I typed Sarah, "Is this really you?" and hit send, watching the message send without any issue. For a moment I felt a strange sense of hope, thinking maybe it was just some sort of glitch or technology playing tricks on me. But when I looked at my phone again, the message wasn't delivered. Instead, a small notification appeared, "Number disconnected." I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the screen in disbelief. The number was disconnected, yet it had sent me a message. I tried to call it, just to confirm that there had to be some logical explanation, but the call failed to connect. My mind raced with confusion and dread, trying to piece together what was happening. I sat there for a long time, staring at my phone in silence. The room felt cold, and I could feel the hairs on my neck stand up. Sarah's face flashed in my mind, her laugh. The way she always made me feel like everything was okay even on the worst days. I missed her so much. It didn't make any sense. How could she be contacting me from beyond the grave? Was this some kind of sign, or was I simply losing my grip on reality? In a daze, I walked to the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea, hoping it would calm my nerves. But as I passed by the old framed photo of Sarah and me on the counter, I stopped dead in my tracks. The picture, which had been taken just a year before her death, was now askew on the counter. I could have sworn I'd left it perfectly centered, but now it was tilted slightly to the side. I turned back to my phone, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that was beginning to settle in my stomach. There had to be some rational explanation. Maybe it was some sort of delayed message, or maybe my phone had glitched somehow. But as I sat back down on the couch, I found myself unable to let go of the creeping sense of dread. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face, and each time I woke, I found myself reaching for my phone, hoping that maybe there would be another message. But there was nothing. The text, the strange number, it had all just been a brief moment of confusion. For days after that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I called the phone company, asking if there was any possibility that the message had been sent due to some kind of error. They insisted that it wasn't possible, and when I pressed them for details, they explained that once a number was disconnected, there was no way for it to send messages, even by mistake. I told my friends about the strange message, but no one seemed to take it seriously. They all thought it was some weird coincidence, or perhaps just my mind playing tricks on me after the loss. It wasn't until I went back to Sarah's parents' house that I began to understand that this wasn't just some random occurrence. I had been close to Sarah's family after her death, and when I visited them, I expected some comfort, maybe a distraction from the chaos in my mind. Instead, I found something that unsettled me even more. Sarah's mother handed me a small envelope, her hands trembling. Inside was a note handwritten in a familiar scrawl. "I miss you too," it said. It was a message from Sarah, or at least it felt that way. But the strangest thing was that it wasn't from the text I had received. This note was written a year before her death, during a time when she was struggling with her own thoughts and emotions. It wasn't a message she had ever shared with anyone. The handwriting matched the text I had seen on my phone, and the timing was too close to ignore. My mind spun with questions. How could this note have appeared now in a place I had never seen it before? Why did it feel like Sarah was still trying to communicate with me? And why did it seem like she was reaching out through a disconnected number, just to say, "I miss you"? That night, I decided to go back to the cemetery. It was a place I hadn't visited in months. I hadn't been able to bring myself to go back there, but something inside of me told me I had to now. When I reached her grave, I knelt down and whispered, "I miss you too." As I stood up to leave, I felt a strange sensation in the air. It wasn't cold, but it was thick with the weight of something unspoken. For a moment I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the cemetery, someone familiar. But when I blinked, they were gone. That night, when I got home, there was another text message waiting for me. This time the message was simple, just one word: goodbye. The number was still disconnected, but the message, for reasons I couldn't explain, filled me with an overwhelming sense of peace. Perhaps Sarah had found a way to reach me, to remind me that she was still with me, even if only for a fleeting moment. The truth of it was still a mystery, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never forget the last message from my old friend, even if it was a message from beyond the grave. Story 9. N. The winter air was crisp and biting as I walked through the freshly fallen snow, the soft crunch of my boots the only sound breaking the silence. The sky was a dull gray, heavy with clouds that promised more snow soon, but for now the world was still and peaceful. The snow around me was untouched, a perfect white expanse stretching out in every direction. It was the kind of cold that made everything feel quiet, like the world was holding its breath. As I walked, my eyes caught sight of something unusual, a set of footprints in the snow ahead. They were fresh, the edges of the prints still sharp, and they seemed to lead in a straight line, disappearing into the dense woods ahead. I paused for a moment, squinting against the dull light, trying to gauge how long they had been there. There were no other marks around them, no sign of anyone walking nearby, just these footprints in the deep snow. Curiosity tugged at me, and I started walking toward them, my boots leaving new impressions in the powdery white ground. The footprints were clear, each step deep and deliberate, leaving a perfect imprint in the snow. They seemed to go on for a while, but something about the pattern felt off, like they were leading me somewhere, but I wasn't sure where. As I drew closer, the footprints began to look more unnatural. They weren't erratic, but something about the spacing, the way they seemed to land just a bit too evenly, made me uneasy. It almost looked as if someone had been walking in a straight line, methodical and deliberate, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't human. They were too perfect, too precise in a way that felt wrong. I took another step forward, the air growing colder with each passing second. My breath came out in white clouds, and I rubbed my hands together to keep warm. When I reached the spot where the footprints seemed to end, I stopped short, my heart skipping a beat. The snow around me was completely undisturbed. There was no sign of the footprints continuing, no sign of anything having disturbed the ground at all. I looked down, scanning the snow around me, but the prints had vanished. The ground was smooth, unmarked, as though no one had ever walked there. It was as if the footprints had simply faded into nothingness. I knelt down, running my gloved hand through the snow, expecting to find some kind of explanation, but there was nothing. The snow was cold and solid beneath my fingers, untouched, like a blank canvas. For a moment, I stood there, confused. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Maybe it was the wind, I thought, or perhaps some kind of optical illusion. But no matter how much I tried to reason with myself, I couldn't ignore the unease creeping up my spine. I had seen the footprints, and now they were gone. That didn't make sense. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the area around me. There were no other footprints, no signs of anything unusual. The trees loomed overhead, their branches bare, casting long shadows across the snow. The world felt too quiet, too still. It was as if time had paused, holding its breath with me. A sudden chill ran down my back, and I started walking again, my steps hurried now, my eyes darting to every shadow, every movement in the distance. I tried to shake off the feeling that I wasn't alone, but the more I walked, the stronger it became. I couldn't help but feel that someone or something was watching me. I pushed forward, my boots crunching through the snow faster now, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the footprints were still out there, somewhere waiting for me to find them again. But no matter how far I went, there was nothing. The snow stretched out in all directions, and the world seemed to close in on me. Then, as I reached the edge of the woods, I stopped dead in my tracks. A fresh set of footprints appeared before me, leading into the forest. They were just as clear as the last set, fresh and deep in the snow. My breath caught in my throat, and I took a hesitant step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. I followed the new footprints, each step feeling heavier, like the air around me was growing thicker with every passing moment. The footprints seemed to wind through the trees, leading me deeper into the forest, and the deeper I went, the more unnerving it became. The silence was deafening, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving just out of my line of sight, watching me from the shadows. I reached another clearing, and as I stepped into it, I froze. The footprints were gone again. The snow around me was smooth, untouched, like I had never walked there at all. I felt a cold sweat prickling on the back of my neck as I turned in a circle, searching for any sign of where they had gone. But there was nothing. It was as if the world had swallowed them whole. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't understand how the footprints kept vanishing and reappearing, but the fear in my gut told me I needed to leave. I turned quickly and started to head back the way I came. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The woods were closing in around me, the trees whispering in the wind, and the snow beneath my feet felt heavier with each step. Then, just as I reached the edge of the woods, I heard something, a faint crunching sound like footsteps behind me. My blood ran cold, and I whirled around, but there was nothing there, just the empty woods and the untouched snow. I stood there, my heart racing, staring into the darkness, but there was no sign of anyone. I didn't stay to find out who or what was following me. I ran, the snow biting at my legs, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I didn't stop until I reached my car, slamming the door shut behind me. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath, I looked out into the woods. The snow now eerily still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the footprints were still out there, waiting. Story 10. The knock at the door came just as I was settling into the couch with a book. It was a soft knock, almost polite, but it made me jump nonetheless. I set my book down, puzzled at who could be visiting at this hour, and walked to the door. When I opened it, I saw a man standing on the porch, dressed in a dark jacket and jeans. He looked out of place, like he didn't belong in the neighborhood. He had a tired, almost weary expression, but his eyes were sharp, scanning me as if sizing me up. "Excuse me," he said, his voice low and friendly. "Is this the house of John Mitchell?" I shook my head. "No, sorry, you've got the wrong house." The man's smile was slow to form, but when it did, it didn't reach his eyes. "I know you, though," he said, his voice a little too smooth, too calm. "You're next." I blinked, unsure if I had heard him correctly. "What?" I asked, my voice faltering. His smile widened, but there was something unnerving about it, something predatory. He didn't look like he was joking. "You're next," he repeated, his gaze lingering on me a little too long. I stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to respond. The man didn't seem dangerous, not immediately. He wasn't holding any weapons or acting aggressively, but there was something about his presence that made my heart race. "Look, I don't know who you are, but I think you should leave," I said, my voice shaking now. The man didn't budge. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if considering my words. "It's already too late," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The moment you answered the door, you became part of the game." I felt a shiver run down my spine, and for a moment, I wasn't sure if I was dealing with some strange prank or something more sinister. My instincts screamed at me to shut the door, but I stood there, rooted to the spot, unable to move. The man took a step back, still watching me with that eerie smile. "I'll be seeing you soon," he said before turning and walking away, disappearing down the stairs and into the street. I closed the door slowly, my mind racing. I leaned against it for a moment, trying to shake off the unease that had settled into my chest. What had just happened? Who was that man, and why did his words feel so ominous? I checked the peephole to make sure he wasn't lingering outside, but there was no sign of him. The street was quiet, empty, as if nothing had happened at all. I almost convinced myself it was a bad joke, but deep down I knew something was wrong. That night I couldn't sleep. Every little sound in the house made me jump, and every creak of the floorboard set my nerves on edge. I kept telling myself I was being irrational, that I was overthinking the situation, but the man's words echoed in my mind, growing louder with each passing hour. The next morning, I went about my day as usual, but the unease lingered, gnawing at me from the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, that I was waiting for something that I couldn't control. It wasn't until the evening that I began to notice the oddities. I was sitting on the couch, watching TV, when I heard a noise at the door. It was soft at first, like something tapping gently on the wood. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I got up and walked to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I checked the peephole again, but there was nothing there. No man, no one standing on the porch, just a quiet, empty space outside. I opened the door cautiously, just a crack, and scanned the area. Nothing seemed out of place. But when I closed the door again, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. A small piece of paper tucked into the door frame, almost hidden from view. I pulled it out slowly, my hands trembling, and unfolded it. The note was simple, handwritten in neat, careful script. It read, "I told you, you're next." A cold chill ran through me, and the world around me seemed to tilt. Who was doing this? And why? I slammed the door shut, my mind racing. I glanced around the room, feeling like I was being watched, like there was something I was missing. I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? The man knocked on my door and said I was next. It sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears. The days that followed were marked by a growing sense of paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept the blinds closed, avoided going outside as much as possible, and even double-checked the locks on the doors before going to bed. Then, the strange occurrences started happening more frequently. I'd hear faint knocks on the door late at night, just enough to make me jump. When I opened the door, there was never anyone there, only the quiet emptiness of the porch. But the note always came, slipped into the door frame or tucked under the mat. The final note was different, though. It was longer, more detailed. "The game's almost over. You can't hide anymore. When the clock strikes midnight tonight, you'll be mine." I couldn't take it anymore. I called the police, explaining everything, though I wasn't sure how they would respond to my frantic ramblings about a man who said I was next. They assured me they would send someone to check the area, but I knew deep down that it wouldn't help. That night, I stayed up, waiting, listening. The clock ticked away the minutes, and when it hit midnight, I held my breath. Nothing happened. The door remained silent. The air felt still, untouched by the dread that had gripped me for days. I let out a breath I didn't know I had been holding. Maybe the man had been playing mind games with me all along. Maybe I had overreacted. But as I began to relax, thinking it was all over, the final knock came. This time, the door didn't just rattle with a light tap. It shook with force, as if someone was trying to break through. I froze. The last note hadn't been a warning. It had been a promise. And now I had no choice but to face whatever it was that was coming for me. Story 11. It started innocently enough, like any small inconvenience in life that eventually fades into the background. My watch, a simple leather-strapped piece I had inherited from my grandfather, would stop at exactly 11:11 every night. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. Watches break, especially old ones. But as the days went by, it became clear that something odd was happening. Each night, without fail, the second hand would freeze at 11:11. I would wind the watch, reset the time, and go to bed. When I woke up in the morning, everything seemed normal except for the fact that the watch was still stuck at that strange time. I had tried replacing the battery, thinking that was the problem. But the next night, the same thing happened. I took the watch to a local repair shop, and the technician assured me that everything was in working order. He couldn't find a thing wrong with it. I asked him if he had any explanation for why it kept stopping at the same time every night. He looked at me, shrugged, and told me sometimes things happen. Could be a glitch. Could be something else. That answer didn't satisfy me, but I didn't know where else to turn. I tried to dismiss it, thinking I was overthinking things. After all, it was just a watch, right? A minor inconvenience in the grand scheme of life. But the fact that it always stopped at the exact same time, 11:11, gnawed at me. One night, I decided to stay up to see what would happen. I had an unsettling feeling that I was missing something, that there was more to this than I was letting on. I sat in my living room, watching the second hand of the watch as the time slowly crept toward 11:11. As the minute hand ticked closer, my heart began to race. And then it happened. At exactly 11:11, the watch stopped. But this time something was different. The air in the room seemed to shift. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but the atmosphere felt heavy, like the room itself was holding its breath. My eyes fixed on the watch, waiting for it to resume ticking. But it didn't. I checked the watch again, pressing the buttons and trying to get it moving. But it remained still, frozen at 11:11. I looked around the room, half expecting something to change. The quiet felt oppressive, like the world had paused with me. It wasn't just the watch that felt strange. I noticed the lights flickering. At first I thought it was just a power surge, but then they flickered again, and then a third time, longer this time. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. My pulse quickened, and a sense of dread settled over me. It was as though something was watching, waiting for something to happen. Unable to shake the feeling, I decided to go to bed. I set the watch down on my nightstand and pulled the covers over me, trying to calm my racing heart. But sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, feeling restless, my mind constantly returning to the watch. As I lay there, I thought about the time 11:11. It wasn't just a random time. People often talk about it being a sign, a moment of synchronicity, or a message from the universe. Some believe it's a sign to make a wish, to focus on something you want in life. But to me, it felt like something darker, like the watch was trying to tell me something. The next night, I decided to do some research. I searched online for any meaning behind 1111, wondering if there was something I was missing. What I found was unsettling. There were numerous stories of people who experienced similar phenomena with clocks and watches. People who had seen the time 1111 consistently, who had been haunted by it. Some believed it was a warning, while others thought it was a way for the dead to communicate with the living. I sat back, horrified. Could it be possible that my watch was trying to tell me something? I thought about the time I had inherited it from my grandfather. He had always been a mysterious man, full of secrets. Did he have left me some sort of message, hidden within the watch ticking? As the days went on, the pattern continued. Each night at 11:11, the watch would stop. Each night, the atmosphere in the room would grow heavier, and the strange, unsettling feeling would return. I started to feel paranoid, like I was being watched, like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. It wasn't just the watch anymore. I started hearing things, soft whispers in the dark, footsteps in the hallway when I knew no one was there. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, feeling a presence in the room. But when I looked, the room was empty. The sense of dread grew stronger each night, and I began to lose track of time. Was it 11:11 yet? I tried to leave the watch behind. I thought maybe if I just stopped wearing it, the strange occurrences would cease. But no matter what I did, the watch would still stop at 11:11, no matter where it was. Even if I put it in a drawer or left it on the kitchen counter, it would freeze at that exact time. One night, I decided to confront it. I waited until 11:11, my heart pounding in my chest, and I stared at the watch. The second hand moved closer, and then, as it hit 11:11, it froze. The air grew thick, and the whispers returned, louder this time. I could hear them clearly now, but I couldn't make out the words. In a fit of frustration and fear, I grabbed the watch, intending to destroy it, to end whatever curse it had placed on me. But just as I was about to smash it on the floor, a voice clear and cold whispered in my ear, "It's too late." I froze, the watch slipping from my hand and falling to the floor. The room was silent. I stood there, unable to move, unable to breathe. And then the second hand of the watch started ticking again, as if nothing had happened. Story 12. It was a Saturday morning and I had just finished a long week of work. I needed to catch up on laundry, so I dug through the pile of clothes in the corner of my bedroom and dragged it all to the laundry room. The hum of the washing machine was oddly comforting, and I felt relieved to be tackling the growing pile. As I sorted through the clothes, I noticed something strange in the basket, an odd pair of socks. The socks were mismatched, one dark blue and the other a light gray. They didn't look like anything anyone in my house owned. I immediately thought they must have been mixed up with clothes I had brought back from the laundromat, but I couldn't remember ever seeing them before. They didn't match anyone's size either, and the stain on one of them was unsettling. It wasn't something I recognized, just a dark patch, almost like dried ink or something I couldn't place. I turned the socks over in my hands, trying to find some explanation. My mind raced through possibilities. Could they belong to a guest I didn't remember? Or maybe a neighbor had accidentally mixed their laundry with mine when they visited. But no one in my household wore socks like these, and I couldn't recall any guests who had left them behind. It didn't make sense. I showed the socks to my roommates later that day, hoping one of them would recognize them. Emma, the quiet one, frowned when I held them up. "They don't look like they belong to anyone here," she said, examining them closely. "Where did you find them?" I told her they were in the laundry basket, and she shrugged. Maybe they're from when we had that party last month. Did anyone bring an extra bag of clothes? That didn't sound right either. None of our friends had brought clothes to the party, and no one had stayed overnight. I started to feel uneasy, but I brushed it off, telling myself it was just some strange coincidence. Maybe the socks were old, leftovers from a time before I lived there. I threw them in the wash with the rest of the laundry, hoping it would clear up whatever odd feeling they had given me. The next morning, when I went to retrieve the laundry from the dryer, I found the socks again. They were clean now, but the stain was still there, the dark spot remaining in the exact same place. My stomach sank as I stared at them. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was no way that stain hadn't been there before, and I couldn't figure out how it had survived the wash. I held the socks in my hand, staring at the stain. It looked darker now, almost like it had deepened during the drying process. I examined the socks for any labels or distinguishing marks, but there was nothing. Just plain fabric and the unsettling stain. I felt like I was missing something crucial, like the socks were trying to tell me something. I decided to toss them in the trash, but as I walked to the bin, something stopped me. I couldn't bring myself to throw them away. It was as if they were meant to stay with me, as though they were a part of something larger that I couldn't understand. I dropped them back in the laundry basket instead, pushing them to the bottom as if hiding them would somehow make the problem go away. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I couldn't sleep. My mind kept drifting back to the socks, to that strange stain. I found myself standing in the dark, staring at the laundry basket. The socks were still there, just sitting at the bottom. I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was overthinking it, letting my mind run wild. But when I reached into the basket and picked up the socks again, something was different. The stain had changed shape. It now looked like a fingerprint, as though someone had pressed their finger into the fabric. My heart skipped a beat. There was no way this was just a coincidence. I quickly dropped the socks back into the basket and backed away. I felt my pulse quicken, the air in the room thick with tension. I needed to know more. I had to figure out what was happening, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. I grabbed my phone and began searching for any explanation I could find, but nothing seemed to fit. No one had reported missing socks or strange stains like this. The next day, I decided to talk to Emma again. When I brought up the socks and the stain, her face went pale. "You've seen it too?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I was taken aback. "What do you mean, too?" I asked, my voice shaking. Emma didn't answer at first, staring at the floor, before finally speaking again. "I've seen those socks before, in my dreams." I blinked, unsure of what she meant. "What do you mean, your dreams?" I asked. "I've had the same dream over and over again, ever since we moved in here," she explained. "In it, I see those socks, and they're always covered in blood, and there's someone watching me, just standing there, waiting." Her voice quivered, and I could see the fear in her eyes. I didn't know what to say. I had thought I was the only one who had been affected by the socks, but now I was starting to believe that something was seriously wrong. Emma and I both agreed that we needed to get rid of them. But when we went to look for the socks the next morning, they were gone. The laundry basket was empty. We searched the house, but there was no sign of them. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. I felt a sinking sensation in my chest, realizing that whatever had been happening was far from over. Something about those socks didn't want to be forgotten. Days passed, and life returned to some semblance of normal, but the feeling of being watched never fully left. Every time I walked past the laundry room, I found myself glancing in, half expecting to see those mismatched socks staring back at me. I still don't know how they got there, or who they belong to. but I can't shake the feeling that something or someone is still keeping an eye on me. Story 13. I had lived in my house for over a year, and yet I had never once seen my neighbor. Their house stood right next to mine, separated only by a thin wooden fence, but there was something odd about it. The windows were always covered, and I never heard any sounds coming from their side of the fence. Occasionally I would catch a glimpse of a car in the driveway, but the person behind the wheel was always hidden from view, and the house was always quiet. The only interaction I'd ever had with them was when I moved in. A handwritten note had been slipped under my door welcoming me to the neighborhood, but the signature was barely legible, just a scribbled S. That was it. No name, no phone number, nothing more than a few polite words about keeping the noise down and a brief mention of the weather. It was strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. But something changed one afternoon when I was working from home. I was sitting in my living room, typing away at my laptop, when a loud crash startled me. It came from next door, the kind of noise that made me jump out of my seat. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, maybe a bookshelf or a piece of furniture had tipped over. My heart raced as I stood frozen, waiting for a second noise to follow, but it never came. Just silence. Worried, I decided to check on them. I had never seen my neighbor, but something about the sudden noise didn't sit right with me. It was unusual for the house to be so quiet, especially after such a loud crash. I grabbed my phone just in case and walked to the front door. I knocked twice, but there was no answer. A part of me hesitated, but the silence was too unsettling. I didn't hear anything inside, no footsteps, no muffled voices, nothing. I figured it couldn't hurt to check in person, so I cautiously walked around the side of the house and knocked on the door again. It was strange how the house seemed so still. No lights on, no cars parked in the driveway. I felt like I was intruding, but the loud crash and the absence of sound made me uneasy. I didn't know what to expect, but there was no response. The door, however, was slightly ajar. My first instinct was to call the police or at least someone else for help, but curiosity got the better of me. I gently pushed the door open, wincing as the hinges creaked. My eyes immediately searched the space in front of me. The hallway was dim, lit only by a faint light coming through the cracks in the window blinds. It looked normal enough, but the air felt thick like something was off, like there was a sense of waiting in the stillness. The living room was empty. No furniture had been knocked over, and there were no signs of any chaos or damage. In fact, the house looked pristine. I stepped in cautiously, my footsteps muffled against the carpet. I walked slowly, glancing around at the tidy surroundings. The walls were decorated with framed pictures, none of which seemed personal. They were just generic landscapes or abstract art, nothing that told me anything about the person who lived there. I checked each room, feeling increasingly out of place. The kitchen was spotless, with neatly organized counters. The bathroom, though small, had fresh towels hanging neatly on the rack. There was no sign of anyone living there, no signs of life. No mess, nothing that would suggest someone had been living in this house for any length of time. It was as if the space was designed to look lived in but never actually used. Then I came to the back bedroom. The door was slightly open, and I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. It was small, with a single bed in the center of the room. The blankets were perfectly folded, and there were no personal items scattered around. No clothing in the drawers, no photographs on the nightstand. It looked like a hotel room, empty and devoid of any traces of a person's life. At this point, I was starting to feel like I was walking through a ghost house, a place frozen in time. It was unnerving, to say the least. I turned around, prepared to leave, but then my eyes landed on a small table by the window. There was something strange about it, a notebook, half hidden beneath a stack of plain papers. My curiosity piqued. I reached over to grab it, and as I opened it, I noticed something odd. The pages were filled with nothing but lists. Long lists of names, dates, and what appeared to be notes about people's movements. Some of the names seemed familiar, neighbors, acquaintances from town, and even some of my own friends. The notes, however, were cryptic. Words like seen at the park today or left the house at 3 p.m., almost like someone had been tracking people's every move. Suddenly, the quietness of the house felt even more unsettling. It was as if I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. My pulse quickened, and I set the notebook back down as quickly as I could. The urge to leave grew stronger, and I turned on my heel, making my way toward the door. Just as I was about to step out of the house, I heard the faintest sound behind me. A floorboard creaked. I froze, my blood running cold. I spun around, but the house was still empty. No one had entered or left. I was alone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, waiting for me to discover the secret that this house held. I left the door slightly ajar as I quickly made my way back to my own home. I didn't know what I had just witnessed, but I felt like I had uncovered something dark and hidden. From that day on, I couldn't shake the feeling that my neighbor was always nearby, just out of sight, watching, waiting. They were still there, even though they were never really there. And I would never find out what happened to them, or why they had stopped living in that house. Story 14. I had a long day at work, and as I walked up to my front door, I couldn't shake off the exhaustion weighing on me. The sun had already set, and the chill of the evening air wrapped around me as I fumbled for my keys. The quiet of the street felt normal, but something in the pit of my stomach told me something wasn't quite right. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, the familiar scent of my apartment filling my nose. As I closed the door behind me, I immediately noticed something strange. The couch, which had always been positioned against the far wall, was now across the room, facing the opposite direction. The change was so abrupt, so out of place, that for a moment I thought I was imagining it. I stood there in the doorway, my keys still in my hand, just staring at the scene before me. I stepped further into the room, my heart beating faster. Nothing else in the apartment appeared disturbed. The coffee table was exactly where I had left it, the TV still off, and everything else was just as I had left it that morning before heading to work. But the couch, my heavy, cumbersome couch, was moved. It was too much to simply chalk up to forgetfulness or a slight shift in the fabric of my memory. Someone had been here. Now, I scanned the room again, looking for any sign of forced entry. The windows were still locked, and the door, aside from the slight movement of the handle when I opened it, was secure. I walked to the couch, my fingers brushing the fabric. It didn't feel like it had been touched recently. The cushions were settled in their usual spots, not disturbed or rumpled in a way that would suggest someone had sat down or moved things around. Still, the couch had been moved. I glanced around the room, trying to make sense of it. How could the couch have been moved if I had locked up and left this morning? Was there some kind of logical explanation? I checked the other rooms in my apartment. Everything else was as it should be. My kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom all appeared untouched. But the sight of the couch, placed so deliberately in a new spot, kept my mind racing. A creeping sense of unease began to settle in. I walked over to the windows, pulling back the curtains and peering outside. Nothing, just the usual quiet street. I stepped back, the faint hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the apartment. It felt too quiet, too still. I could feel my pulse quickening, my thoughts spinning. I wasn't imagining it. The couch had definitely been moved. But why? I returned to the living room, feeling a strange pull toward the couch. As I sat down on it, I instinctively reached for the remote to turn on the TV. But even that felt wrong. The way the couch was positioned, facing the opposite direction, left the television at an awkward angle. I should have noticed it sooner. It wasn't just the couch, it was the feeling in the air. The oppressive silence that seemed to have settled in. I checked the time on my phone and realized that I was running late for a dinner meeting I had been looking forward to. I didn't want to let the strange occurrence distract me, but the thought of the couch being moved gnawed at the back of my mind. I grabbed my jacket and keys, hoping the strange feeling would fade with time. The entire drive to the restaurant, I couldn't shake the unease. The feeling followed me, clinging to the back of my thoughts like a shadow. Was I losing my mind? Had I imagined the whole thing? I had locked up my apartment myself before leaving, and I knew for sure that the couch had been in its usual place. Yet here I was, feeling like I had walked into a parallel version of my apartment. The dinner meeting itself was a blur. I tried to focus on the conversation, but my mind kept wandering back to the apartment. I kept thinking about the couch, trying to rationalize it, to convince myself that it had simply been a trick of the mind. But I knew better. There was no logical explanation for it. When I returned home late that evening, I hesitated at the door. The silence was heavier now, like something was waiting for me on the other side. My hand trembled slightly as I unlocked the door, stepping into the darkened apartment. The moment I stepped inside, the familiar feeling of wrongness hit me again. The apartment was still, too still, as if everything had been frozen in time. I made my way toward the living room, my heart racing with each step, and then I saw the couch had moved again. The couch was no longer facing the opposite wall like it had earlier that evening. It was now pushed against the wall again, exactly where I had originally placed it. I stood in the doorway of the living room, frozen in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. I had seen it with my own eyes earlier. The couch had been moved, but now it was back to normal. I crossed the room, slowly at first, and knelt down next to the couch. It felt as if the entire room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I could feel my pulse thudding in my chest as I reached out to touch the fabric. It was still cool to the touch, but there was something different about it, something that wasn't quite right. I stood up and backed away from the couch, my head spinning with questions. How could this be happening? Who or what was responsible for this strange phenomenon? My first instinct was to call someone, but who would believe me? Who would understand that I had come home to find my furniture moved without explanation? I locked the door behind me, unsure of what to do next. The thought of going back to the apartment, to that place where the couch had moved of its own accord, made my stomach churn. I didn't know what was real anymore. As the days passed, I tried to go on with my life, but the strange occurrences in my apartment kept haunting me. I checked the couch every time I came home, but no more furniture was moved. It was as though it had never happened. But deep down, I knew something had changed. Something had shifted in the fabric of reality, and I was left to wonder what it all meant. Story 15. It was an ordinary morning when I checked my mailbox, expecting the usual bills and junk mail. But nestled among the letters was an envelope that didn't look like anything I had received before. The paper was thick, almost old-fashioned, with intricate designs etched along the edges. My name was written on the front in a script I didn't recognize, the letters flowing in curves that seemed almost too elegant for everyday handwriting. Curious, I opened the envelope slowly, the faint smell of old parchment filling the air as I pulled out the contents. Inside was a small note, folded in half. The paper felt heavier than I expected, like it had been crafted with care. I unfolded it carefully and looked at the message. My stomach dropped as I realized the writing on the paper was in a language I couldn't understand. The letters weren't like anything I had seen before, swirling in an unfamiliar pattern, each symbol more complex than the last. It felt like a puzzle I couldn't begin to solve. I turned the note over, hoping for a clue, but there was nothing. The back was blank. My fingers shook slightly as I turned it back around, staring at the cryptic symbols. Despite the overwhelming strangeness of it, the note felt personal, like it had been written just for me. There was something almost compelling about it, urging me to figure out what it meant. I took the note inside and placed it on the kitchen table, where the light was better. I tried to focus, my mind racing, but the more I looked at the symbols, the more confused I became. I decided to try using a translation app on my phone, hoping that some part of the message might be translatable. After scanning the note, the app spun for a few seconds before displaying a jumble of meaningless words. Sparrow, light, forest, darkness. They didn't make sense together, and I felt a pang of frustration. I tried scanning the note again, but the words on my screen kept shifting, rearranging themselves. The letters seemed to dance before my eyes, never forming any coherent message. My frustration grew into a deep unease as I wondered what I was missing. I left the note on the table, feeling an eerie sense of being watched, and tried to distract myself with my daily routine. But every time I glanced at the kitchen, my gaze was drawn back to the note. The symbols seemed to call to me, pulling at the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to understand it, that it was important. My thoughts kept returning to that strange, unreadable writing. Why had it been sent to me? What did it want from me? As the day wore on, I felt increasingly unsettled. The more I tried to ignore the note, the more I felt its presence. My phone buzzed with messages, but I couldn't focus on anything other than the strange note in front of me. I picked it up again, holding it close to my face as if I could somehow will the symbols to make sense. But it was no use. The writing remained as baffling as ever. In a moment of desperation, I went online to search for any possible explanation. I typed in a description of the symbols, but nothing came up. I browsed forums, looking for any mention of this type of language, but each lead I followed turned up nothing. A few hours passed, and I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Maybe it was a prank, or I had stumbled upon some obscure code that I just didn't understand. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The note felt real, too real, and the more I thought about it, the more I began to feel that it had purpose, and unsettling purpose. I decided to leave the house, hoping that getting away from the note would bring me some peace. I went for a walk around the block, trying to clear my head. But no matter how far I walked, the feeling of dread remained, like an invisible weight pressing down on me. I returned home and immediately went back to the kitchen. The note was still there, sitting innocently on the table. But now, something was different. I could have sworn that the symbols had changed. The flow of the letters seemed more distinct, more deliberate. I leaned in closer, staring at the note with renewed attention. Then, in a flash, the letters began to shift again, rearranging themselves right before my eyes. This time there were words I could almost read, "Time soon come." They appeared and disappeared so quickly. I wasn't sure if I had actually seen them, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. My pulse quickened, and I backed away from the table, my hands trembling. Something inside me told me to burn the note, to get rid of it and forget it ever existed. But I couldn't. The need to understand it, to uncover its meaning, was overwhelming. I watched as the words continued to shift, forming new combinations each time I looked away. I grabbed my phone again, trying to catch a glimpse of something more concrete. But each time I tried to snap a picture, The camera refused to focus properly, as if the note itself was somehow rejecting the attempt. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the note, replaying every moment of the strange words rearranging themselves in front of my eyes. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. It was almost as if the note had been written to lead me somewhere. But where? What was it asking me to do? The thought haunted me, filling my dreams with images of the unreadable writing and an ominous sense of impending doom. The next day, I decided to try something different. I took the note to a local antique shop, hoping to find someone who might recognize the language or have some insight into its meaning. The owner, an elderly man with a long white beard, studied the paper for a long time. He didn't say a word as he traced his finger over the symbols. Finally, he looked up at me with wide, startled eyes. "I've seen this before," he said quietly, "but not for a long time." My heart raced as I leaned in closer. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man shook his head. "I can't tell you. Not yet." He paused, his gaze shifting nervously around the shop. "Be careful. This isn't something you can just forget." I left the shop with a feeling of dread that clung to me like a heavy fog. The note had already started changing again, but now I realized something. It wasn't just the letters that moved. Something was waiting for me, something I had yet to understand. Story 16. I was going through a box of old family memorabilia when I came across the photograph. It was slightly yellowed with age, the edges frayed from years of being stored away. In the picture, my parents, siblings, and I were gathered on a beach, smiling and laughing as we stood together in the sunlight. The strange part was, I couldn't remember ever having that photo taken. I had been around 10 years old when the photo was snapped, and though I could remember most of the family vacations, this one didn't seem familiar. The image was too vivid, too clear, and yet it felt out of place. There was a man standing in the background, half hidden behind a tree, his features barely discernible but his presence unmistakable. He wasn't someone I recognized, and I couldn't understand why he would be there. The more I stared at the man in the background, the more unnerved I became. His eyes were fixed on the camera, directly at us, despite being so far away. He was dressed in an old-fashioned suit, something that looked out of place for a beach trip. His expression was odd, almost like a smirk, like he knew something we didn't. But I couldn't explain why I felt so uncomfortable looking at him. I turned the photo over to check for any writing on the back, hoping for a clue about where it had been taken or who the photographer was. There was nothing. No date, no location, no names, just the faintest smudge of what looked like a fingerprint. I felt a chill run down my spine as I turned it back over to look at the strange man again. How could something this unsettling have slipped past me all these years? I asked my parents about the photo the next time we spoke, trying to act casual about it. "Do you remember this vacation?" I asked, showing them the picture. My mom smiled softly. "Oh, that was a long time ago. We went to the beach in Cape Cod, I think. We had a great time, didn't we?" She went on to recount the trip, but nothing about the strange man in the background. My father, who had always been the most detail-oriented, glanced at the photo and furrowed his brow. "That's odd," he said. "I don't remember anyone else being there." "Who took the picture?" he asked. "I don't know," I replied. I thought maybe it was one of the other families who were vacationing nearby, but I trailed off, unable to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A week later, I found myself thinking about the photo again, unable to let it go. I pulled it out of the box one more time and stared at the man in the background. There was something about his face that looked familiar. I couldn't place it, but the feeling that I had seen him before lingered in my mind. His eyes were the key, I realized. They were too familiar, too knowing. I went back to the house where we had lived during that vacation, now a memory from years ago. I tried to recall every detail of that summer, every visit to the beach, the sand between my toes, the laughter of my family. But none of it matched up with the photo. The house had long since been sold, and I wasn't sure who lived there now. Determined to get some answers, I called up my childhood friend, someone who had been with me on that trip. I asked her about the vacation, about the photo, and whether she remembered anything unusual. She didn't hesitate when she said, "Oh, I remember that trip. But that man, he wasn't supposed to be there. We all noticed him, but no one talked about it." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? Who was he?" I pressed. She hesitated before responding. "I don't know. We thought he was just some random guy who happened to be at the beach. But he was staring at us the whole time. It was creepy. I thought you'd forgotten about him." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had no recollection of this man being there, yet my friend seemed so sure. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" I asked, feeling a wave of confusion. She sighed. "We just didn't talk about it. It felt weird, you know, like something we weren't supposed to see." I felt my mind spinning as I tried to make sense of what my friend had told me. Had I forgotten about the man because I was too young to understand? Or was there something more to this? The more I thought about it, the more I began to wonder if there was some hidden memory lurking deep inside me, something I couldn't access. The next few days were a blur as I searched for any answers I could find. I dug through old vacation photos, but none of them revealed anything unusual. I scoured the internet for anything related to Cape Cod vacations in the 90s, but found nothing that could explain the man's presence in the photo. Then, one evening as I was going through some old family albums, I stumbled upon another photo from the same vacation. This time it was a picture of my mom and me walking along the beach. The man from the previous photograph wasn't visible in the background, but something was different. I could just make out the shadow of someone standing just out of frame, standing in the same spot as in the first picture. I froze. The man had been following us. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. He hadn't just been an innocent bystander. He had been watching us all along, a presence in the background of our memories, uninvited and unnoticed. I had to know more, but there were no more clues to find. No one else seemed to remember anything about him. The more I searched, the more elusive the answers became. The strange man in the background of my family's photo was a mystery I couldn't solve, a piece of my past that didn't fit. And yet, no matter how much I tried to forget about him, I couldn't shake the feeling that he would always be there, lurking just out of sight. Story 17. For an entire week, I had the same dream every night. It began the same way, with me standing in front of a house I didn't recognize. The house was large, old, and eerily quiet, with windows that seemed to watch me as I made my way inside. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked through the empty rooms, and an unsettling feeling settled deep in my chest. Each time I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being drawn toward something, but I didn't know what. I made my way down the hallway, always moving forward despite the growing unease inside me. The walls were bare, and the air smelled faintly of dust and decay. There were no pictures, no furniture, just the oppressive silence that seemed to fill every corner of the house. As I walked, I couldn't help but feel like I was trespassing, as if I wasn't supposed to be there. Yet something compelled me to keep moving forward, my feet carrying me toward the end of the hall. At the end of the hallway, there was a door. It stood out in the otherwise barren corridor, an imposing presence that seemed to loom over me. The door was made of dark wood, old and weathered, with a tarnished brass doorknob. It looked out of place, as if it didn't belong in the empty house at all. I always stopped in front of it, my hand hovering over the doorknob, hesitant, terrified, but unable to turn away. In each dream, I never opened the door. The moment I reached for the knob, something inside me recoiled. It was as if a deep primal fear gripped my chest, warning me not to open it. I would always stand there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the door and feeling the weight of the darkness behind it pulling at me. Despite my curiosity, I couldn't bring myself to step inside. Something was waiting for me on the other side, and I knew I wasn't ready to face it. The dream would always end the same way. I'd stand in front of the door, paralyzed by fear, unable to do anything but stand still. The hallway would stretch on, the silence growing louder, until I'd wake up in my bed, drenched in sweat and heart pounding. The relief of waking up would be temporary, but the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that the door held something important, something I needed to confront. But I couldn't even bring myself to open it in the dream. On the 8th night, I decided that I would finally open the door. I couldn't keep running from whatever it was that had been haunting me in my dreams. As I fell asleep, I braced myself for the familiar walk through the empty house. The quiet was just as unnerving as before, and my steps echoed in the stillness as I moved down the bowel. The door at the end of the hallway was waiting for me, and this time I wasn't going to stop. When I reached the door, my hand didn't hesitate. I gripped the tarnished knob and twisted it. The door creaked loudly as it opened, the sound grating against my ears. My heart raced as I stepped inside, and the fear that had been building up inside me seemed to intensify with every step. The room was dark. Too dark for me to make out any details. But I could feel something in the air, something heavy, something oppressive. As I moved further into the room, the darkness seemed to close in around me. The temperature dropped, and my breath came out in visible puffs. The silence was deafening, and the fear that had been gnawing at me throughout the dream became unbearable. I wanted to turn back, but something held me there, as if the room had trapped me in its grip. Suddenly I heard a noise. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing second. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed in the darkness, sending a chill down my spine. I turned, expecting to see someone standing behind me, but the room was still empty. The footsteps continued closer now, but there was no one there. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't alone in the room. I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The fear was paralyzing, holding me in place as the footsteps grew louder. My breath quickened, and I could feel my pulse racing in my neck. The darkness seemed to close in on me, pressing in from all sides. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything except the footsteps. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out all other sound. Then, in the midst of this silence, I felt a presence behind me. It was like a shadow creeping up, cold and suffocating. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. The terror was overwhelming, and I was rooted to the spot. I knew I was being watched, and the sense of dread was so intense that it almost felt physical, as if it were pressing down on me, suffocating me. The footsteps stopped suddenly, and the room went completely still. I dared not move, afraid that if I did, whatever was in the room with me would strike. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, and I was too terrified to even breathe. Then I felt something brush against my shoulder, light as a whisper. but it was enough to send me into a blind panic. I spun around, but the room was still empty. I woke up with a start, gasping for air, my body drenched in sweat. My heart was still racing, and I could feel the lingering terror from the dream weighing on me. I sat up in bed, trying to calm myself, but the images of the dark room and the footsteps haunted me. I had opened the door, but I hadn't seen what was on the other side, and now I wasn't sure I ever wanted to know. The fear that had consumed me in the dream was still fresh, and it felt like the nightmare wasn't truly over yet. I didn't sleep well that night, and in the days that followed, I found myself avoiding sleep altogether. I couldn't shake the feeling that the door in my dream wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was something real, something waiting for me. And no matter how hard I tried to forget, I knew I would never be able to escape it. Story 18. It was a quiet evening when I first noticed something strange. I had just finished dinner and was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, the soft glow of the screen lighting up the room. The night was peaceful, too peaceful, almost as if the usual sounds of the neighborhood had faded into an eerie silence. As I looked up, I caught a glimpse of something unusual in the corner of my vision, a dark figure standing outside my window, just beyond the curtain. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by a tree or something else in the yard. But as I focused, the figure remained there, unmoving. My heart skipped a beat as I leaned closer, squinting through the glass. The figure was tall, cloaked in darkness, and I could see no details except for the vague outline of its form. The air around me seemed to grow colder, the silence deepening. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing to explain what I was seeing. It was too late for anyone to be walking around outside. The street was empty, and the only light in my yard came from the dim street lamp at the corner. I forced myself to look away, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. But as soon as I looked back, the figure was closer. Panic surged through me. I couldn't make sense of it. The figure had moved, stepping just a few feet closer to the window. The distance between us seemed to shrink with every glance I stole. I held my breath, watching it carefully, wondering if it was just someone passing by. But the figure remained still, staring at me. It didn't move with the ease of someone walking. Instead, it was as though it had been waiting, just standing there, anticipating my every move. My pulse quickened, and I stood up, my legs shaky. I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. I grabbed my phone, intending to call the police, but as I did, I glanced back at the window once more. The figure had moved even closer, its outline clearer now, though still indistinct. I could feel my heart thudding in my chest, the fear clawing at me, but I couldn't bring myself to look away. I made my way to the window, trying to steady my breathing. I peered through the curtain, but it was impossible to make out any details about the person standing outside. The only thing I could see was the dark, looming shape, so close now that I could almost feel the presence of the person on the other side of the glass. A chill ran down my spine, and my instincts screamed at me to get away from the window. But I couldn't. My curiosity, mingled with a sense of dread, kept me rooted to the spot. I was afraid of what might happen next, but I knew I had to confront whatever it was. I pushed open the window with shaking hands, the cool night air hitting me in a rush. "Hey," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "What do you want?" For a moment there was nothing but silence. No answer, no movement. I waited, my heart hammering in my chest. I leaned further out the window, squinting into the darkness, trying to spot any sign of life. But there was nothing. The figure had vanished. I quickly scanned the yard, my eyes darting from one shadow to the next. The darkness seemed endless, swallowing any trace of the figure. I felt a sense of relief flood over me, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. Where had they gone? Had they run off into the night? Or was there something else at play here? I backed away from the window, my thoughts racing. Maybe it had all been a trick of the mind, a combination of exhaustion and the isolation of the late hour. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The air still felt heavy, charged with an unsettling energy. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered, clinging to me like a second skin. I closed the window, double-checking the locks, though I knew it wouldn't make much of a difference if someone or something was determined to get in. I turned off the lights in the living room and sat on the couch, my phone still in my hand. I tried to distract myself, but my eyes kept darting to the window, as if expecting the figure to return. I checked the time. Almost an hour had passed since the encounter, and still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I considered calling a friend or even the police, but what would I say? Someone's been standing outside my window, but they disappeared when I tried to confront them. It sounded ridiculous, and part of me didn't want to appear foolish. But as I sat there, trying to calm my racing thoughts, the same sense of dread started creeping back. I got up once more and peeked through the curtains, expecting to see nothing, just the empty night. Instead, I was met with the same figure, standing in the same spot. This time, it was no longer standing still. It was moving, but slowly, methodically, inching its way closer to the house. My heart pounded in my chest, and the urge to run gripped me like a vice, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. The figure continued its slow approach, its shape more defined now in the faint glow of the streetlight. I grabbed my phone again, prepared to call the police, but before I could dial, the figure stopped. For a moment there was only stillness. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, it disappeared into the darkness, just like before. I didn't wait another second. I rushed to the door, locked it, and checked every window in the house. I couldn't explain what had just happened. It felt like a nightmare, like I had just been part of some twisted game. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, phone in hand, constantly glancing toward the window. The figure never returned, but the unease remained, gnawing at me. Every night after that, I couldn't help but feel like something or someone was watching. Story 19. I woke up to a quiet morning, the soft light of dawn filtering through my window. The house was still and peaceful, a stark contrast to the restless thoughts that had kept me awake the night before. I had been meaning to tackle a few things around the house, maybe clean the kitchen or rearrange the living room, but first, I needed to step outside for a breath of fresh air. I got dressed quickly and walked toward the front door, ready to start my day. As I reached for the door handle, something immediately felt off. The handle was stiff, and there was a slight resistance when I tried to turn it. I paused for a moment, confused. It had worked perfectly fine the night before. My heart skipped a beat as I tugged harder, trying to get the door open, but the handle wouldn't budge. Panic started to rise in my chest. I pulled the door handle again, this time with more force, and it came loose in my hand. I stared at it for a moment, unsure of what to make of the situation. It wasn't just that the handle was broken, it was as though something had tampered with it. The metal felt cold, almost too cold, and the mechanism inside felt strange, like it had been forced out of alignment. I crouched down to inspect the door, hoping that the problem was something simple, like a loose screw or a broken piece of hardware. But as I looked closer, I noticed something even more unsettling. There was a small, unfamiliar key jammed inside the lock. The key was old, its edges worn smooth from years of use. I could barely make out the design on the key, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It looked like it didn't belong. I pulled at the key, trying to dislodge it, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck in the lock, lodged there like it had been placed intentionally. I wondered if someone had tried to break into my house, but the door didn't show any other signs of forced entry. No scratches or dents in the wood, no broken glass, just a strange, broken handle and the mysterious key. My thoughts raced as I stood there, frozen in place. Who would leave a key in my door? And why hadn't they just used it to open the door? I could feel my heart beating faster in my chest, and a cold sweat began to form on the back of my neck. I turned the key slightly, hoping to get a better look at it, but that was when I noticed something even stranger. The key seemed to move ever so slightly, as though it had a mind of its own, as if something was pulling it deeper into the lock. I let go of the key in shock, my breath catching in my throat. For a moment, I stood there, not knowing what to do. Was someone watching me? Were they outside, waiting for me to open the door? I couldn't explain the sense of dread creeping up my spine, but it was undeniable. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get away from the door, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. I had to figure out what was going on. After a few moments of hesitation, I went inside to find something I could use to remove the key. I returned with a small pair of needle-nose pliers, my hands shaking as I tried to grip the key. The metal felt smooth under my fingers, and as I tugged on it again, the key finally came free with a soft click. I held it in my hand for a moment, examining it closely. It was a simple, unmarked brass key with an intricate, almost delicate design etched into the surface. It looked ancient, but there was no telling how long it had been there or who it belonged to. I couldn't stop staring at it. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong to my house at all. It was as though it had been waiting for me to find it, like it had been left there for a reason. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Could someone have been in my house without me knowing? Had they used the key to gain access before, or was this the first time? I looked back at the door, the broken handle still in my hand. The house felt too quiet, too still, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and went back outside to get a better look at the door from the outside. The keyhole was still in place, and the handle was still broken, but nothing else seemed unusual. There were no signs of forced entry or damage. The further I looked at the lock, though, the more I became convinced that something was off. It didn't make sense. I had been living in this house for years, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Why now? And why the key? I decided to call a locksmith, just to be sure. As I sat down to wait, I couldn't help but feel as though I was waiting for something to happen, as though the key had set something in motion. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was about to change. My thoughts circled back to the key, and I wondered if it was tied to something from the past, something I hadn't yet uncovered. When the locksmith arrived, I explained the situation, showing him the broken handle and the key I had found. He examined the door with a practiced eye, his brow furrowing as he inspected the lock. "This is strange," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "I've never seen a lock like this before. It's an old model, but it's not something you'd find on a door like this." He worked quickly to replace the handle and fix the lock, but as he did, he mentioned something that sent a chill down my spine. "You know," he said casually, "there are rumors about this neighborhood. People say things go missing here sometimes. Keys, especially. They show up when you least expect it." I wasn't sure what to say to that. It sounded absurd, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange everything had been. The broken handle, the key, the sense of unease that had followed me all day. Something wasn't right, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know the truth. When the locksmith left, I locked the door behind him, my hand lingering on the doorknob. I glanced at the small brass key on the table, its surface glinting in the fading light. It felt like it was waiting for me to do something, to make a choice. But I had no idea what that choice was, or what would happen if I turned the key. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the window, watching the shadows stretch across the yard. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, waiting for me to make my move. And the more I thought about the key, the more I realized that I was no longer in control of the situation. The key had chosen me, and whatever was behind it was just beginning. Story 20. It was around 2 a.m. when I was jolted awake by the sudden, sharp knock on my door. At first, I thought it was just the wind or my imagination playing tricks on me, but the knock came again, louder this time, followed by a brief silence. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up in bed trying to make sense of what I had just heard. No one ever came by at this hour, and the neighborhood was usually quiet at night. I hesitated, unsure whether to ignore it or check. Maybe it was just a late-night delivery or some prankster, though the idea of someone knocking at my door in the dead of night felt unsettling. With every passing second, my curiosity grew, and I finally decided to get up and see who it was. I tiptoed down the hallway, careful not to make a sound, my feet cold against the wooden floor. As I reached the front door, I peered through the peephole, but there was no one in sight. The porch was empty, the night air still and calm. I frowned, feeling a strange knot in my stomach. I opened the door cautiously, stepping out onto the porch to scan the area. The street was dark, lit only by the faint glow of street lamps casting long shadows across the pavement. Nothing was out of the ordinary. There were no cars parked in front of my house, and no figures lingering in the darkness. But then, just as I was about to step back inside, I heard faint but unmistakable footsteps. They weren't close, but they were getting louder, moving away from my house in the distance. It was a strange, hurried sound, like someone running away, their feet hitting the ground in quick succession. I stood frozen for a moment, my breath catching in my throat. Who could have knocked and then run off so quickly? And why? It didn't make sense. I scanned the street again, my eyes darting across the shadows, but there was no one in sight. I closed the door behind me and locked it, the chill of the night creeping into my bones. The footsteps faded into the distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I had no idea who had knocked or what their intentions were, but it felt wrong, like I had just missed something important. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house seemed amplified in the silence. Every gust of wind outside felt like a whisper. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with questions. What if the knock wasn't random? What if it was a warning or a sign? By morning, I convinced myself I had overreacted. Maybe it had been a prank, or some late-night delivery driver trying to get my attention. I decided to let it go and focus on the day ahead, but the uneasy feeling lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if I had missed something, if there was more to the incident than I was willing to acknowledge. Later that afternoon, I was sitting at my kitchen table, trying to focus on work, when I heard it again, the faintest knock at my door. It was quieter this time, but unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze in place. I rushed to the door, this time moving quickly, my pulse racing. I looked through the peephole again, but there was still no one there. I hesitated for a moment before opening the door wide, stepping outside to look around. This time there was no sound of footsteps, no one running away in the distance. It was silent, too silent. The air felt thick, and I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. I stepped back inside, locking the door once again. As the days passed, the knocks continued, each one occurring at random times throughout the night. They would always be followed by the sound of footsteps retreating into the distance, fading away as if the person, whoever they were, was deliberately trying to stay just out of sight. The pattern was unnerving, like someone was deliberately trying to torment me, to make me feel isolated and on edge. I told a few friends about it, but they all brushed it off as nothing more than a coincidence or my imagination playing tricks on me. Maybe it's kids messing around, one of them suggested. Or maybe it's some kind of random knock from someone who got the wrong house. But I knew better. There was something about the way it felt, the tension, the fear that crept in after every knock that made me feel like I wasn't dealing with a simple prank. There was something deliberate in the way the footsteps always followed, always retreating into the night. One night, I decided I wouldn't let it happen again. I would wait by the door, hidden in the shadows, to see if I could catch the person who was tormenting me. I spent the entire evening watching, my heart pounding in anticipation. The clock ticked past midnight, and I began to feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me. Then, just as I thought I would give up, the knock came. Soft at first, then louder. I held my breath, waiting, listening for the footsteps to follow. They did, growing louder and louder, until I could hear the person running away, just like the others. I opened the door with a quick motion, determined to catch them this time. But again, there was no one there. No figure, no sign of movement, just the same empty street. The footsteps had stopped as suddenly as they had started, and the night was still once again. But this time, something was different. I glanced down and noticed a small object on the ground near the door stone, about the size of a golf ball. It was odd, out of place, and I didn't remember seeing it before. I bent down to pick it up, feeling a shiver run through me. It was smooth, cold to the touch, and when I turned it over, I saw something written on it. The words were faint, almost scratched into the surface, but I could make them out. "I'm coming for you." The blood drained from my face as I held the stone, staring at the message. Whoever had been knocking, whoever had been running away, had left me a sign that it wasn't over. The footsteps were just the beginning. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing with fear. I knew now that I wasn't just being pranked. I was being hunted. D. Story 21. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon, the kind of day when time seems to stretch and everything moves in a lazy, almost dreamlike rhythm. I was sitting on my porch, enjoying the warm sun on my skin, sipping a cup of coffee, and watching the world go by. The street was as calm as ever, with only the occasional car passing by and the distant sound of children playing. Nothing unusual, nothing out of place. That is, until I saw him. He was walking down the street, just a few houses away, and at first I didn't think much of it. But as he got closer, something strange hit me, a sudden sense of recognition. He looked exactly like someone I used to know, someone I hadn't seen in years. My heart skipped a beat as I leaned forward, trying to make sense of the situation. The man's features were so familiar, it almost felt like he had stepped out of the past and into the present. His posture, the way he walked, Even the way his jacket fluttered in the breeze, it all reminded me of someone I had once been close to. I couldn't believe my eyes. It had been years since I last saw Alex, my old friend from college. We had drifted apart after I moved to this neighborhood, and I hadn't heard from him since. The thought of seeing him again, here, out of nowhere, made my pulse quicken. I stood up, my coffee forgotten in my hand, and I waved at him. "Alex." I called out tentatively, unsure if he would even recognize me after all this time. The man didn't stop. He didn't even look in my direction. He just kept walking, his steps steady and focused, as if I wasn't there at all. My heart sank a little, and I felt a flicker of confusion. Why didn't he respond? Maybe he hadn't heard me, or perhaps he hadn't noticed me waving. But then the oddest thing happened. As I watched him continue down the street, a shiver ran down my spine. I realized he was walking with the same casual stride, yet there was something off about him, something that didn't sit right in the pit of my stomach. I watched him for a few more moments, my mind racing to piece everything together. Was it really Alex? Was I mistaken? The resemblance was uncanny, but the longer I stared at him, the more questions I had. It didn't make sense. Why would he be walking down my street without stopping to acknowledge me, especially after all these years? And why was he so distant? I quickly made my way down the porch steps, hoping to catch up with him. Maybe I had just startled him with my greeting, or maybe he hadn't heard me clearly. I wanted to at least say hello and ask how he had been all this time. But when I reached the end of my driveway and looked up the street, the man had vanished. It wasn't like he had simply turned the corner or walked into a driveway. No, he was gone. Completely gone. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I scanned the street, my eyes darting from side to side, but there was no sign of him. No trace, no footsteps. He had disappeared as if he had never been there at all. I felt a cold shiver creep down my spine as a strange feeling of unease settled over me. The whole thing didn't add up. I had seen him with my own eyes, hadn't I? I walked back to my porch, still trying to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. My mind kept returning to the fact that the man had looked exactly like Alex, someone I had once been close to. But if it wasn't him, who was it? And why had he disappeared so suddenly without a trace? As I sat back down on the porch, my mind raced. Could I have imagined it? Could it have been some sort of trick of the light, or a coincidence? Maybe it wasn't really Alex after all, but someone else who just happened to look like him. But even as I tried to convince myself, a deep sense of foreboding gnawed at me. The way he didn't respond, the way he just kept walking as though he hadn't seen me at all, it didn't sit right. The days passed, but the memory of that strange encounter lingered in my mind. I kept thinking about the man on the street, and the way he had looked so much like Alex, yet acted completely differently. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I even found myself walking around the neighborhood, hoping to catch a glimpse of him again, just to confirm whether what I had seen was real. But no matter how many times I walked those streets, I never saw him again. I began to wonder if I was losing my grip on reality. Had I really seen someone who looked exactly like Alex, or had my mind played tricks on me? I started questioning every detail of that afternoon. Could I have mistaken him for someone else? But every time I thought about it, the more I was convinced that it had been Alex, or at least someone who looked exactly like him. Then, one day, I ran into an old neighbor who had lived down the street for years. We exchanged pleasantries, and I mentioned the strange man I had seen walking down the street. I asked if she had seen anyone new in the neighborhood lately. Her face froze for a moment before she spoke. Did he look like he didn't belong? She asked, her voice low and cautious. I nodded, feeling a chill run down my spine. Yes, he looked like someone I used to know, but he didn't stop when I waved at him, and then he vanished. She took a deep breath, her eyes flicking nervously down the street. You're not the first person to mention seeing him, she said quietly. Some people around here have been seeing someone like that for weeks now, someone who looks just like someone they knew. But he's never the same person. He's always someone from their past. I stared at her, my mind spinning. The more I listened, the more unsettled I became. There were other people who had seen this man, and he was someone from their past too. I couldn't help but wonder, had I seen something I shouldn't have? Or was it a warning, a message from the past that I had failed to understand? Story 22. I was rushing out the door, late as usual for work, when I felt something in my coat pocket that didn't belong. It was a pair of gloves, smooth black leather, well worn and soft to the touch. I paused for a moment, confused. I didn't remember putting gloves in my coat pocket, and I certainly hadn't bought any new pair recently. My mind raced as I tried to think of any reason they might be there. I pulled the gloves out and studied them closely. They didn't have any distinguishing features, no brand, no labels, no obvious signs of wear that might suggest they had been someone else's. They looked almost too perfect, as though they had been placed there deliberately. I shook my head, thinking it was just a strange coincidence, maybe an old pair I had forgotten about, but something about them felt off. The gloves felt foreign, like they didn't belong in my life. I asked my roommates when I saw them later that morning, "Hey, have you seen a pair of gloves lying around?" "I found some in my coat pocket, but they're not mine," I said. Emma, my roommate, furrowed her brow. "Nope, haven't seen any." "You sure they're not yours?" she replied, taking a sip of her coffee. I shook my head, holding them up for her to see. "They don't look familiar, do they?" I asked, hoping she might recognize them. She shrugged, unconcerned. "Maybe they're from someone else," she suggested, setting her coffee down. "I don't know though. Why don't you ask around? Maybe someone left them in your coat pocket without thinking." That didn't make sense to me, but I decided to ask around anyway, figuring it was worth a shot. I thought maybe they had been left behind by a friend or a visitor, but no one I spoke to had seen them before. I checked with everyone at work that day. "Have any of you misplaced a pair of gloves?" I asked, showing them the pair I had found. My colleagues glanced at the gloves and then exchanged looks, shaking their heads. "Those aren't ours," one of them, Sarah, said. "But they look expensive, don't they?" Another colleague, Mark, agreed. "Yeah, but still, no one here seems to know anything about them." The mystery only deepened after that. No one I knew claimed the gloves, and no one had seen a pair like them before. I even posted a picture of the gloves on social media, hoping that someone might recognize them, but no one responded. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere, and no one had any explanation for how they ended up in my coat pocket. A week passed, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I tried to move on, telling myself it was just an odd occurrence that I would never understand. But every time I reached into that coat pocket, the gloves were still there, a reminder of the strange situation. It was as if they were waiting for something or someone to claim them. One evening, I decided to wear the gloves to work, thinking it might help me feel less unsettled. The cold air outside had begun to bite, and I figured I might as well make use of them. As I slid my hands into the gloves, they fit perfectly, as if they were made just for me. The sensation was uncanny, as though they had molded to the shape of my hands, and I couldn't help but feel like I had worn them before. I shook off the strange feeling, thinking it was just my imagination. As the days wore on, I started to notice subtle things about the gloves. The more I wore them, the more I felt like something was watching me, like someone who was just out of sight, waiting for me to figure it out. I could feel their presence when I wore the gloves, like a constant pressure on my mind. It was almost like the gloves were alive, aware of me, and I couldn't escape the sensation that they were trying to tell me something. I wasn't sure what, but it left me with an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake. One day I was walking home from work when I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone following me. I quickened my pace, glancing over my shoulder, but no one was there. I could still feel their eyes on me, though, and the eerie feeling of being watched never left. When I arrived home, I immediately took off the gloves and tossed them onto the couch. The weight of them seemed to lift from my shoulders the moment I let go, but the sense of unease lingered. That night, I dreamed of the gloves. In the dream, I was standing in a foggy, dimly lit street. The gloves were in my hands, but no matter how hard I tried to look at them, they kept slipping away, just out of sight. I felt a strange, almost magnetic pull towards them, but whenever I reached out to touch them, they moved further away. I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, and the gloves were still on the couch where I had left them. The dream had felt so real, as if it was a warning, but I didn't know what it meant. The next morning, I finally decided to get rid of the gloves. I had had enough of the strange feeling they gave me, and I couldn't ignore the sense that they had some kind of connection to the unsettling things that had been happening around me. I grabbed the gloves, took them outside, and tossed them in the trash, hoping that would be the end of it. But that evening, when I returned home, I found the gloves again, sitting on the table in the living room. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a cold chill creep up my spine. I hadn't heard anyone enter my apartment, but there they were, the gloves sitting as though they had never been thrown away. I stood frozen, staring at them, trying to make sense of what was happening. I reached for them once again, but this time, I hesitated. The gloves felt heavier than before, as if they were more than just fabric and leather. Something was attached to them, something that I couldn't see but could feel in the pit of my stomach. I knew at that moment that I would never be able to escape them. They had become a part of my life in ways I couldn't understand, and no matter how hard I tried to get rid of them, they always found their way back. Story 23. It was a quiet night, and I was driving home from a late shift. The streets were nearly empty, and the only sound was the hum of my car engine and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. As I cruised down a familiar stretch of road, I passed an old, rusty sedan parked on the side of the road. It wasn't unusual to see cars parked here, but there was something different about this one. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but as I passed the vehicle, I noticed a figure inside. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the light, but then the figure's face became clearer. I couldn't see details, but I could make out the shape of a person sitting there, staring directly at me through the windshield. The intensity of the gaze was what struck me the most. There was something unsettling about it, as if the person knew exactly who I was. I felt a chill creep down my spine, and I instinctively looked away, trying to shake the feeling. I didn't know why, but I felt like I needed to hurry up and get home, to put some distance between myself and whatever it was that I had just seen. The thought of that figure still staring at me haunted me, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone waiting for someone else, or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me after a long shift. I didn't think much of it until I reached the next intersection and glanced in my rearview mirror. That's when the strange feeling hit me again. The car that had been parked was now gone. I couldn't remember hearing any sound of the car starting, and when I looked, there was no sign of the sedan anywhere behind me. It wasn't possible for it to have moved that quickly, and yet it had vanished. I pulled over to the side of the road, my heart pounding in my chest. I stared down the empty stretch of pavement where the car had once been parked. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It wasn't like the car had just driven off. It felt more like it had never been there at all. It didn't make sense. I knew what I had seen, and yet there was nothing now but an empty road. A cold sweat began to form on my forehead as I tried to calm myself. Maybe I had just imagined it. After all, I had been working all day and the late night drive hadn't helped with my exhaustion. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, something deep inside me told me that I had seen what I had seen. That figure, staring at me with such an eerie intensity, was not something my mind had made up. I decided to shake off the unease and continue my drive home. I couldn't let it get to me, not this late at night. I turned the key in the ignition and pulled back onto the road, determined to focus on the drive ahead. But as I continued down the street, the memory of the figure kept resurfacing in my mind. What if it wasn't just my imagination? What if something else was going on, something I couldn't understand? I tried to focus on the familiar landmarks around me, trying to keep my mind off the unsettling encounter. But every time I looked at the rearview mirror, I couldn't help but check if the car was following me, if that same figure was staring at me from the darkness. Of course, the road was still empty, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the feeling of being watched lingered. By the time I reached my neighborhood, I was practically shaking. I pulled into my driveway, turned off the car, and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. I glanced over at the empty street, half expecting to see that old sedan reappear out of nowhere. But there was nothing. The street was dark, quiet, and still. I told myself it was over, that it was just some weird coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stepped out of my car and walked to the front door, the hairs on the back of my neck still standing on end. As I fumbled for my keys, I heard the faintest noise behind me, like the soft crunch of gravel underfoot. I spun around quickly, expecting to see someone walking toward me. But once again the street was empty. There was no sign of movement, no one around. I was alone. But the nagging feeling wouldn't leave. I couldn't understand what had happened, what I had seen. It was as if the encounter with the car, with the figure inside, had been nothing more than a fleeting moment, a trick of the mind. But it felt so real. The unsettling sensation that someone was still watching me lingered in the back of my mind as I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. I tried to put it out of my head, but that night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the face of the figure from the car, their eyes locked on me, piercing through the dark. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the scene over and over. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, the feeling remained. The figure was out there somewhere, and no matter how many times I looked behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still watching. The next day, I drove the same route to work, expecting to see the spot where the car had been parked the night before. But when I passed by, the area was empty, and everything looked normal. There was no sign of the sedan or the figure inside. I almost convinced myself it had all been a strange, unsettling dream. But deep down, I knew I had seen something that didn't make sense, something that would stay with me. The memory of that figure in the car, staring at me through the darkness, would never leave. Story 24. I had been looking forward to a quiet dinner at my favorite restaurant. It was one of those small, cozy places that had a warm, inviting atmosphere. The kind of spot where you could sit by the window, enjoy your meal, and just unwind after a long day. I settled into my seat near the back of the restaurant, glancing over the menu, already knowing what I was going to order. It was my usual chicken parmesan, a simple, comforting dish. As I waited for my food to arrive, I couldn't help but notice a man sitting alone at a table across the room. At first, I thought nothing of it. He was dressed casually, wearing a plain jacket and dark jeans. He seemed like just another diner, like the others who often came here alone to grab a bite. But then I realized that he wasn't looking at the menu or the staff, he was looking at me. His gaze was intense, unwavering. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe he was looking past me, or perhaps he was just lost in thought. But no, every time I looked up, his eyes were fixed on me, never straying. It made me uncomfortable, and I started to fidget in my seat. I tried to distract myself by checking my phone, but even then, I could feel his gaze on me, like a heavy weight pressing down on my shoulders. Minutes passed, and the longer I sat there, the more uneasy I became. It wasn't just the staring, it was the way he stared, as if he knew something about me, something I didn't know myself. My mind raced with possibilities. Was he familiar? Had I seen him somewhere before? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia, that I was overthinking the situation. But the feeling didn't go away. When my food finally arrived, I tried to focus on eating, hoping the distraction would help. But I couldn't stop glancing over at him. He hadn't moved. His eyes were still locked on me, unmoving, as if he were waiting for something. My appetite had completely disappeared, and I pushed my plate aside, not even bothering to take a bite. The silence in the restaurant seemed to grow louder with each passing minute, and the tension between us felt almost palpable. I thought about leaving, but I didn't want to seem rude. Maybe I was just being dramatic, overreacting to a harmless situation. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. But just as I was about to get up and ask for the check, I saw him stand up from his seat. He didn't walk towards the door or the counter like a normal diner would. Instead, he made a slow, deliberate path across the room. I watched him carefully, heart pounding in my chest. He stopped right in front of my table, and for a moment, I thought he might say something. But he didn't. He just stood there, his eyes still locked on me, and then, without a word, he turned and walked out of the restaurant. Relief washed over me, but only briefly. I still couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my stomach. I hurriedly paid the bill, my hands trembling as I slid the cash across the table. I wanted to leave, to get out of there as quickly as possible. As I stood up to leave, I noticed the restaurant was quieter than usual. The other diners seemed to be wrapped in their own worlds, unaware of the strange tension that had just unfolded. I stepped outside into the cool night air, hoping to calm my nerves. I walked quickly, my footsteps echoing in the empty street, but as I rounded the corner, I froze. There, standing outside the restaurant, was the same man. He was leaning against the wall, watching me with the same intense gaze. My heart skipped a beat, and panic surged through me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't stay there, not with him standing so close, watching me. I quickly turned and started walking faster, hoping to lose him in the crowd. But there was no crowd. The street was eerily empty, and I could hear his footsteps behind me, matching my pace. I broke into a jog, my breath coming faster, the adrenaline pumping through my veins. The man didn't speed up, but I could feel him getting closer, as if he were waiting for the right moment. My mind raced as I looked around for a place to hide or someone to help. But the street was still deserted, the dim lights from the nearby buildings casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. I reached the intersection and glanced over my shoulder. The man had stopped, but he was still watching me. There was no sign of him making any move to follow, but the unease in my chest didn't subside. I crossed the street quickly, my heart still pounding, and looked back once more. He was gone. I didn't see him anywhere. I didn't stop walking until I reached my apartment. My fingers fumbled with the keys, and I almost dropped them in my haste to get inside. Once the door clicked shut behind me, I leaned against it, taking deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. It wasn't until I was safely inside that I realized how badly I had been shaking. I spent the rest of the night checking and rechecking the locks on all the doors and windows. I couldn't stop thinking about that man and the way he had stared at me, so focused, so intent. Who was he? Why had he followed me? I tried to tell myself that I was just being paranoid, that it was nothing more than a coincidence. But the thought that he might have been waiting for me, following me, lingered in the back of my mind. I never saw him again. Not once. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. I tried to convince myself that it was just a strange, unsettling encounter, nothing more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been waiting for something waiting for me. And that thought, that eerie sense of being watched, would stay with me for a long time. Story 25. It was a typical night when the knock came. The kind of night where the house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards or the hum of the refrigerator. I was lying in bed, drifting between sleep and wakefulness, when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of knuckles hitting wood, followed by a brief silence. It was 3 a.m. I sat up, groggy and disoriented, unsure of whether I had imagined the sound. But then it came again, more urgent this time, louder than before. I rubbed my eyes and glanced at the clock. The red digits blinked back at me, 3:02 a.m. I had no idea who would be knocking at this hour, especially on a Tuesday night. Maybe it was a prank or someone in distress, but it felt off the way the knocking persisted. It wasn't a casual knock, but something deliberate, forceful, almost as though the person on the other side had no intention of stopping until they were heard. With a nervous sigh, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and made my way to the front door. I didn't have a peephole, but I could see through the blinds on the window next to the door. I approached cautiously, my heart racing with each step. I pulled the blinds aside, peering through the narrow slats. The front porch was empty. There was no one there, no sign of movement. Confused, I stepped back from the window. I had clearly heard someone knocking, and yet there was no one outside. Maybe it was someone trying to get my attention, perhaps a neighbor with an emergency or a delivery that had gone wrong. But if that were the case, why hadn't they left a message, or at least knocked once and waited for a response? Instead, the knocking kept going, even more insistently now. It was as if whoever was out there wanted to make sure I heard them. I stood frozen for a moment, listening intently as the knocking continued. It was rhythmic, almost methodical, and relentless. The sound echoed through the quiet house, growing louder and more demanding. I felt an inexplicable chill crawl up my spine as I stared at the door, unsure of what to do. I had no choice but to investigate further. But something inside me told me that I wasn't going to like what I found. I hesitated before unlocking the door, my hand trembling slightly as I turned the knob. I opened it just a crack, peering out into the night. The air was cool and still, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. There was no one in sight. I stepped back, bewildered, and closed the door with a soft click. But before I could even think about going back to bed, the knocking resumed, louder this time, as though it was right next to the door. I bolted upright, my pulse racing. It was coming from inside the house, from the other side of the door, as if someone had moved right up against the frame. I had locked the door, so it was impossible for anyone to be there. Panic began to rise in my chest. I quickly checked the deadbolt and the chain lock, but both were secure. The knocking didn't stop, it only intensified. I backed away from the door, not sure what to do next. I called the police, my voice shaky as I explained the situation. The dispatcher assured me that someone would be sent over soon to check things out. But as I stood there, waiting for their arrival, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The knocking had stopped briefly, but it was only to start again, now coming from the back door of the house. I hadn't heard anyone approach, hadn't seen any shadows pass by the windows. It was as if the person or whatever it was had appeared out of thin air. I rushed to the back door, my heart pounding. I didn't even bother to check the window this time. I opened it cautiously, looking around in every direction. Nothing. The yard was still and silent. There was no sign of anyone, no movement at all. The only sound was the soft rustling of branches in the breeze. I closed the door and locked it, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The knocking had started again, now from the front door, and it was more forceful than ever. I checked every lock in the house, every window, every door, but everything was secure. I went back to the front door, my hands trembling as I reached for the knob. As I opened it a second time, I felt a rush of cold air, even though it hadn't been there before. I stepped outside, my eyes darting around the porch, but again, there was no one there. The night was quiet now, the knocking having ceased altogether. But I could still hear it in my mind, echoing in the silence, the sound that I couldn't escape. I stood on the porch for a while, trying to make sense of it all. Was it some kind of prank? But who would be so persistent, knocking at all hours of the night without showing themselves? And why had they stopped just as suddenly as they had started? I glanced at my phone. It was almost 4 a.m. Now, the police hadn't arrived yet, but something told me they wouldn't find anything, just like I hadn't. As I stood there in the dark, I felt a strange sensation in the air, a shift in the atmosphere that made my skin prickle. I turned around to head back inside, but as I reached the door, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the yard. My heart skipped a beat. A shadow, tall and dark, was moving slowly toward the house. It was human-shaped, but there was something off about it. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. I quickly slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. The knocking started again, but this time it was accompanied by a soft whisper, barely audible, as if it were coming from inside the walls. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a warning, a promise that this would not be the last time I would hear it. I backed away from the door, fear washing over me. Whatever was out there, whatever had been knocking at my door, was not done with me. It had only just begun. Nsa. Story 26. It started one night when I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. At first I thought it was just my imagination, the trick of the quiet apartment. But as the sound grew louder, I realized it was real, a faint scratching, like nails running across wood, coming from inside the walls. I sat up, listening closely, trying to pinpoint the source, but the noise stopped as soon as I turned my head. The next few nights, it happened again. Each time it started just as I was drifting off, a soft scraping sound echoing from behind the walls. It wasn't loud enough to be alarming, but it was consistent, and it kept me from falling into a deep sleep. I tried to ignore it, but the more I heard it, the more uneasy I felt. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I called a plumber to inspect the apartment. I thought maybe there was a rodent or something trapped in the walls causing the scratching sounds. The plumber arrived a few days later, bringing his tools and a confident smile, but when he examined the walls, he found nothing. He checked every possible entry point, every crack and crevice, but there were no signs of damage or intrusion. "It's all sealed up tight," the plumber said, his voice filled with confusion. "Nothing's getting in there." He scratched his head, looking around the apartment as if expecting to find something. "You're probably just hearing things." But I knew I wasn't. The scratching persisted night after night without explanation. I tried to distract myself, turning up the volume on my television, playing music, even using earplugs, but nothing worked. The sound was always there, just beneath the surface, a reminder that something was wrong. I began to dread the evenings when the noise would start again. I started avoiding certain parts of the apartment, especially the hallway that ran along the walls where the sound seemed to come from. It felt like the apartment itself was alive, like something was hidden within the walls watching me. One evening, while sitting in the living room, I heard the scratching again, this time much louder than before. I jumped up, heart racing, and rushed to the hallway. It sounded as if whatever was making the noise was right behind the drywall, moving and scraping. My pulse quickened as I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to figure out exactly where it was coming from. The sound grew frantic, more desperate, like something was trying to escape. My hand trembled as I pulled away from the wall, afraid of what might be on the other side. I took a few steps back, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it be a rodent, trapped in a tiny space, trying to claw its way out? Or was it something else, something worse? Unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, I called the landlord to report the problem. I told him about the scratching sounds and the plumber's inspection, hoping he would take the issue seriously. He seemed skeptical, but promised to send someone over to take another look. The next day, a maintenance worker arrived. He was an older man with graying hair and a stoic expression. I explained the situation again, and he nodded before grabbing a tool from his bag and starting to examine the walls. He didn't speak much, only muttered to himself as he checked the drywall, tapping it with a small hammer to listen for any hollow spots. He paused when he reached a particular section of the wall near the hallway. There was a subtle difference in the sound when he tapped it, a dull thud instead of a solid knock. His brow furrowed, and he ran his fingers along the edge of the drywall, then stopped. "Odd," he said quietly. "This wall is thicker than the rest." I looked at him, confused. "What does that mean?" He didn't answer right away, instead pulling out a small knife and carefully cutting a section of the drywall. The scraping stopped immediately, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to hang in the air. I held my breath, staring at the maintenance worker as he carefully removed the section of the wall. Behind the drywall was an old, narrow space, barely large enough to fit a person's hand. Inside, I could see something dark, something that didn't belong. The worker's eyes widened, and he stepped back, his hands trembling slightly. He turned to me, his voice low and strained. "This wasn't here before." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I peered into the void behind the wall. There was a small wooden box tucked into the corner, covered in dust and cobwebs. The lid was slightly ajar, and I could see something gleaming faintly inside. The worker hesitated for a moment before reaching into the space and pulling the box out. He placed it on the floor in front of me and slowly opened the lid. Inside was a collection of old photographs, faded and yellowed with age, and a small bundle of letters tied together with a string. As he flipped through the pictures, I saw faces I didn't recognize, strangers with hollow eyes, staring back at me from the past. The letters, too, were dated, written in an elegant but unfamiliar hand. One of the letters was open, and the words on the page sent a chill through me. I know you can hear me. I know you're listening. Don't ignore the sounds. It's too late. I stared at the letter, unable to process what I was seeing. Who had written it? Why was it hidden behind my walls? And why did it feel like it was meant for me? The worker didn't seem to know what to make of it either. He put the box down and stepped back, shaking his head. "I've never seen anything like this," he muttered. "I don't know what it means, but it's not good." I couldn't bring myself to look away from the photographs. It was like they were calling to me, pulling me deeper into a mystery I didn't understand. The scratching in the walls had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was now watching me, something far older, far darker than I could have ever imagined. Story 27. It was a quiet evening when I heard a knock on my door. The sun had just set, and the air had a chill to it, signaling the arrival of fall. I was just finishing up some work, not expecting any visitors, so I glanced through the peephole, half expecting to see a delivery person, or maybe a neighbor. Instead, a man stood there, his face partially obscured by the shadows of the porch light. His appearance was unremarkable, except for the unsettling feeling that washed over me. When I opened the door, he immediately asked, "Can you help me find my way home?" His voice was calm, almost too calm, and he looked at me as though we were old friends. The question itself didn't sit right with me. I didn't recognize the man, and I was certain I had never seen him before in my life. His clothes were a little disheveled, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Still, something about him felt off, like he didn't belong. Before I could respond, the man took a small step forward, as if expecting me to invite him in. I instinctively took a step back, trying to put some distance between us. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you," I said, my voice shaky. I was about to close the door, but before I could, he jammed his foot into the space between the door and the frame. His smile never faltered. It was wide, almost too wide, and his eyes glinted with an unsettling familiarity, as if he already knew me. "Come on," he said, his tone not pleading but demanding. "I know you can help me." His foot remained firmly planted in the door, and I could feel the pressure as he gently pushed against it. It was like he had expected me to comply, as if he had every right to be there. My heart began to race, and I felt a cold sweat beat on my forehead. I looked around, hoping someone would pass by, or that a neighbor might hear the situation and come to my aid, but the street was eerily quiet. "Please," I said, my voice more forceful this time, "I don't know who you are, and I can't help you." I tried to pull the door shut, but the man's foot remained firmly wedged, preventing it from closing completely. He didn't seem angry or upset, his smile never wavered. It was as though he was playing some kind of game, and I was the one being tested. The air between us felt thick, suffocating, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. "I don't need to explain myself," he said, his voice still calm, almost coaxing. "I'm just trying to find my way home. You've been expecting me, haven't you?" His words hit me like a cold wave, and I froze. I hadn't been expecting anyone. I didn't know this man, and I certainly didn't want him in my home. Yet his words struck a nerve deep within me, stirring up something I couldn't quite place. It was as if he was speaking in riddles, and somehow, the riddles made sense in a way that terrified me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the unease grew stronger by the second. "No, I haven't been expecting anyone," I replied, trying to sound more confident. "Please leave." But the man didn't move. He remained standing there, his foot still blocking the door, his smile now growing slightly wider, almost like a grin. He didn't seem in a hurry to leave. and I realized with a sinking feeling that I might have to force him out. I considered calling the police, but something told me that wouldn't be enough. The man didn't appear dangerous, he didn't have any visible weapons, and he wasn't acting overtly aggressive. Yet his presence felt invasive in a way that words couldn't capture. I wondered if I was overreacting, but the more I stared into his eyes, the more I felt like something was terribly wrong. "You really don't remember me, do you?" he said suddenly, and his words felt like a punch to the gut. "I thought we had such good times together." His eyes searched mine, almost like he was waiting for me to recall something that didn't exist. His smile shifted, becoming more knowing, more predatory. "I know you're scared," he added, his voice softer now, "but you don't need to be." A cold shiver ran down my spine. His words were cryptic and disturbing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was playing with me, manipulating me into a corner. I didn't know what to do. I tried to close the door again, this time with more force, but the man's foot stayed planted firmly in the way. I could feel the pressure mounting as I struggled to close the door against his weight, but it wasn't enough. Then, something shifted in the air. The man's demeanor changed subtly, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. His eyes grew darker, and the smile that had once been friendly turned into something almost predatory. "You'll remember soon enough," he said, as though the words had already been decided. "It's only a matter of time." His words echoed in my mind as I stepped back, feeling the weight of his gaze pressing into me. A strange sensation washed over me, like I was suffocating in his presence. I couldn't let him in. I couldn't let this man cross the threshold of my home. The door was still open, and I had to act quickly. I took a step back and slammed the door shut with all my strength. For a moment, everything was quiet. I pressed my back against the door, my heart racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't dare move, afraid that if I did, the man would find some way to break through. I peeked through the peephole, but the porch was empty. The man was gone. I stood there for several minutes, staring at the door, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that man? Why did he seem so familiar, yet so wrong? I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter wasn't random, that somehow I had been chosen. But for what, I didn't know. I locked the door and double-checked all the windows before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment. I couldn't bring myself to go back to the door, to look outside again. The memory of that smile, the way he spoke to me as though we were connected in some way, lingered in my mind. As I sat in the dark, my thoughts raced, and I couldn't escape the feeling that the man would return. Whether I wanted him to or not, I felt like this was just the beginning of something far worse. Story 28. I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing near my ear. It was so close that I could feel the warm breath on my skin, a sensation that sent a chill through my body. My eyes snapped open and I froze, listening. The rhythmic inhale and exhale were unmistakable, but I didn't dare turn over to see what was there. The sound was so real, so vivid, but when I turned my head to look, no one was there. The silence that followed felt even heavier than the breath I had just heard. I lay still, straining my ears, hoping for a sign, a hint of movement. But there was nothing. My room was as quiet as it had been before I went to sleep. I turned onto my back, feeling my heart pound in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that someone was in the room with me. But as I listened, there was nothing more. No footsteps, no whispers, just the steady beat of my own heart. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it had been a dream, a figment of my imagination, or perhaps some random noise from outside. Maybe it had been a trick of the wind, or the creaking of the house settling. I looked at the clock on the nightstand, 3:30 a.m. Late enough that my mind could easily play tricks on me, I thought. But even as I reassured myself, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep within me. I turned over again, slowly this time, checking the space around me, the empty bed beside me. I knew I was alone, but the sound of that breathing still echoed in my mind. It was so vivid, so real. I pulled the covers up around me, trying to make myself feel safer, but the fear lingered. The room felt colder now, the shadows in the corners seeming deeper and more threatening. The stillness was broken by a faint rustling sound. I jerked upright in bed, my breath catching in my throat. I turned my head quickly, scanning the room, but I couldn't see anything unusual. I sat there, motionless, trying to convince myself it was just my nerves getting the best of me. But I couldn't stop my mind from replaying the heavy breathing so close to my ear. It felt too real, too personal, to be imagined. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, feeling the cold floor beneath my feet. I stood up, my body tense, every muscle on high alert. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I couldn't sit there any longer. I crept to the door and opened it, checking the hallway. The house was as quiet as ever, the dim light from the bathroom casting long shadows across the walls. There was no sign of anyone, no sign of anything out of place. I went to the living room, but the silence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, as if something was watching me from the dark corners of the room. The air felt thick with tension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I checked the windows, the locks, but everything seemed secure. Nothing had changed. I went back to the bedroom, pulling the door shut behind me. The sound of the breath still echoed in my mind. I crawled back into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, my mind racing. I closed my eyes, trying to push the fear out of my thoughts. But every time I thought I had calmed myself, the sound of heavy breathing returned to my mind. It was as if it was etched into my brain, an imprint that wouldn't go away. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, hoping it would drown out the memory of that breath. Hours seemed to pass, though I couldn't tell how much time had truly gone by. Eventually, the sun began to rise, casting a soft light through the window. I had barely slept, my mind too caught up in the strange occurrence from the night. As the morning light filled the room, the fear started to subside, replaced by exhaustion. I thought maybe it had been a bad dream, something that my mind had conjured up during a restless night. But as I got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom, I froze in place. On the bathroom mirror, in the condensation, there was a marked something that had been written there. It was a single word, barely legible, but there it was, weave. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the word, my heart pounding again. It was impossible. There was no way anyone had been in the bathroom to write that. I was alone. I rushed out of the room, checking the rest of the house again, but there was nothing. No one was there. The house was empty, just as it had been when I went to bed. But that word on the mirror, it felt like a warning, like someone had been there, watching me, waiting for me to notice. I couldn't understand it, couldn't make sense of it. The fear I had felt earlier returned, stronger now, and it clung to me throughout the day. I went about my routine, but my mind was consumed with the breathing, the whisper of the word in the fogged-up mirror, and the unshakable feeling that something had been in my space. Something or someone was waiting for me. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting, but deep down I knew something had happened, something I couldn't explain away. That night, I locked all the doors and windows, checking each one carefully before settling into bed. I kept the lights on, something I rarely did. The thought of falling asleep in the dark, alone in the silence, was too much for me to bear. As I lay there, eyes wide open, the sound of breathing was gone, but the feeling of being watched never left. Even as I tried to sleep, I knew that I wasn't alone, not in my house, not in my mind. Something was waiting, just out of sight, and I didn't know if it would ever leave. Story 29. The first letter came on a quiet morning, the envelope pale and weathered, as though it had been sitting in the mailbox for some time. I hadn't been expecting any mail, and the absence of a return address made it even more unusual. I ripped open the envelope, curious to see who had sent it. But all I found inside was a small piece of paper with strange symbols and numbers scrawled across it. At first glance, it didn't seem to make any sense. I turned the paper over, hoping for some clue, but there was nothing more. Just the same cryptic code. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make heads or tails of it. The symbols were foreign. The numbers didn't correlate to anything I recognized, and no matter how hard I focused, I couldn't decipher a single word. It was as though the message was meant to remain a mystery. At first, I shrugged it off as some sort of prank. Maybe a neighbor or some bored person had decided to have a little fun with me. But something about the letter gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important hidden in those strange characters. Something I was supposed to understand. I spent the rest of the day trying to decode the message, searching online for any patterns, trying different cipher methods, but nothing seemed to fit. The next day, another envelope appeared in my mailbox, identical to the first. My heart skipped a beat as I noticed the familiar lack of a return address. I opened it with trembling hands, half expecting the same cryptic code, but this time there was something else. In addition to the symbols and numbers, the letter contained a single sentence: "It's your turn now." I read the words over and over, trying to make sense of them. My stomach twisted with unease. What did that mean? I looked at the coded message again. The symbols and numbers were the same as before, but now they seemed even more ominous. The words on the letter had to be connected somehow, but how? Was I supposed to decode the message? And if so, why me? Why was this happening? As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about the letters. I tried again and again to decipher the code, but no matter what method I used, nothing worked. The symbols refused to make sense. It was as though the code was unbreakable, intentionally designed to confound me. The phrase "it's your turn" now echoed in my mind, a constant reminder that I was part of something bigger, something I didn't understand. The third letter arrived a week later, the same pale envelope with the same cryptic message inside. My hands shook as I opened it, and this time there was no sentence, just more of the strange code. But this time the code looked slightly different. There were additional symbols mixed in with the original ones, and they seemed to form some kind of pattern. I took a deep breath, my mind racing. Maybe this was the key. Perhaps the new symbols were the missing piece I had been searching for. I spent hours studying the new message, comparing it to the earlier ones. Slowly, a theory began to form in my mind. What if the code wasn't just one cipher, but a combination of several different systems? The new symbols seemed to hint at this idea, suggesting there was something more complex going on. But despite my growing theory, I still couldn't crack it. The following morning, I woke up to find a strange man standing on the sidewalk outside my house, staring at my front door. He was tall and thin, with a dark coat that seemed out of place for the time of year. His face was obscured by a scarf, but his eyes were visible, and they were locked onto me. A chill ran through me as I watched him, unsure of what to do. Had he been the one sending the letters? Was he connected to the code in some way? I didn't dare approach him, but I couldn't tear my eyes away either. It was as if he was waiting for something, waiting for me to make the next move. After what felt like an eternity, the man turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. I felt a sense of relief, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I knew that whatever this was, it was only going to get worse. That evening, I decided to visit the library to look for any books on cryptography, hoping to find some clues that might help me solve the code. I spent hours poring over old texts, studying different cipher methods, but nothing seemed to work. The code was unlike anything I had encountered. It felt like I was chasing a ghost, always just one step behind. Days turned into weeks, and the letters continued to arrive, each one more cryptic and unsettling than the last. The symbols were changing again, twisting into new patterns that I couldn't decipher. And each time, the sentence, "It's your turn now," was there, always in the same neat handwriting. The man had not reappeared, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me, waiting for me to crack the code. One night, as I sat at my desk staring at the most recent letter, something shifted. My mind clicked into place, and for the first time I felt like I was on the verge of understanding something. I stared at the symbols in front of me, the shapes and numbers seeming to blur together. Suddenly, a connection formed in my mind. The code wasn't random, it was a map. A map to something. I sat back in my chair, my heart pounding as the realization hit me. The letters weren't just a message, they were a warning. The phrase, "It's your turn now," wasn't just a cryptic comment, it was a challenge. A challenge to find whatever it was that the code was leading to. But what would happen if I accepted? What would I find? I had no answers, only the feeling that I had crossed a line, and there was no turning back now. The letters had begun to feel like a countdown, each one pushing me closer to something unknown. And though fear clawed at my chest, I couldn't help but feel a strange pull to continue. I had no idea what the code meant, or what would happen when I finally cracked it. But I knew one thing for sure: I was running out of time. Story 30. I had always been a creature of habit, especially when it came to bedtime. Every night, I made sure to turn off every light in the house before heading to bed. It was a small ritual, something that helped me feel at ease knowing that everything was in order. I double-checked the hallway lights before climbing into bed, ensuring they were off as usual. That night, I had fallen asleep quickly, the weight of the day's events settling over me. The world outside my window was quiet, and the house seemed peaceful. But when I awoke the next morning, something felt off. The soft glow of the hallway lights filtered through the cracks of my bedroom door, spilling into the darkness of my room. My first thought was that I had forgotten to turn them off, but I was certain I had. I could clearly remember walking around the house, checking each room before I turned in for the night. There was no reason for the lights to be on now, and I felt a chill creep down my spine. I sat up in bed, trying to convince myself it was nothing more than a mistake, a slip of memory. But something about it felt wrong. I stood and made my way to the door, opening it slowly, half expecting to see some logical explanation for the lights being on. Maybe a power surge, or perhaps a faulty switch. But as I stepped into the hallway, my heart skipped a beat. The lights were on, just as I had seen them, but there was no one in sight. I looked down the corridor, expecting to find the house empty, but the silence felt unnerving. I moved down the hall toward the light switch, my hand shaking as I reached for it. It clicked off with ease, and the hallway was plunged back into darkness. But the unease lingered, and as I turned to go back to my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was a strange sensation, one that gnawed at the back of my mind, but I forced myself to push it aside and dismissed it as just a result of a sleepless night. I went about my morning routine, trying to focus on the simple tasks at hand. But even as I brushed my teeth and made coffee, I couldn't stop thinking about the lights. It was a small thing, insignificant really, but the oddness of it stuck with me. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be standing behind me, but there was no one there. And later that evening, as the sun set and the shadows grew longer, I found myself growing more restless. The house seemed too quiet, too still. Every creak of the floorboards sounded louder than usual, and I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. I tried to distract myself with a book, but my eyes kept darting to the hallway, half expecting the lights to flicker on again. When bedtime came, I repeated my usual routine, making sure all the lights were turned off before I went to sleep. I even checked the hallway lights twice, more out of nervous habit than necessity. But as I lay in bed, the same unsettling feeling from the night before crept over me. It was as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I eventually drifted off to sleep, but once again, the same strange thing happened. I woke up to the soft glow of the hallway lights seeping into my room. This time I was too tired to doubt myself. I knew I had turned them off before going to bed, yet here they were, illuminating the dark corridor. My heart raced as I pushed the covers off and stood up. I stumbled to the door, opening it more quickly this time, half expecting to find anything out of place. But once again, the hallway was empty, and the lights were still on. I was wide awake now, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. It felt like the house was playing a trick on me, like some force was toying with my mind. I checked the light switch again, and again, it clicked off without resistance. I stood there for a moment, my hand still resting on the switch, staring down the hallway. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was just a faulty electrical system, though that explanation felt too simple. I turned and walked back to my room, trying to push the unease from my mind. But as I lay in bed, sleep didn't come easily. The pattern continued over the next few nights, lights turning on in the hallway when I was sure I had turned them off. Each time, the sensation of being watched grew stronger, and I found myself growing more and more paranoid. It felt as though I was being drawn into something, but I couldn't figure out what. Every time I checked, the house was empty. The lights were off when I turned them off. But when I woke up, they were always on. One night, I decided to leave the lights on before going to bed, to see if I could catch a glimpse of what was happening. I turned on every light in the house kitchen, living room, hallway just to see if they would stay on. The house looked strange, almost foreign, bathed in the artificial light. But when I woke up the next morning, the lights were still on, just as before. At that point, I was beginning to lose my grip on reality. What was happening? Why couldn't I understand it? I had always been a practical person, someone who relied on logic to explain things, but this was beyond any logical explanation. I felt like I was slowly losing control of the situation, and it was driving me to the edge. I called a friend the next day, explaining what had been happening. She suggested that maybe I was just overworked, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but I wasn't so sure. I knew what I had seen. I knew the lights had been turned off, and yet they were on when I woke up each time. There was something wrong with the house. There was something wrong with me. A few days later, I decided to leave for a while, to get away from the strange events that were spiraling out of control. I stayed with a friend for a few days, hoping that getting out of the house would give me some clarity. But when I returned, I was greeted with the same eerie sight. The lights were on again, just as they had been every other time. That's when I realized that no matter how far I went, no matter how much I tried to ignore it, something in that house wanted me to see those lights. It wasn't a glitch in the system, and it wasn't my imagination. There was something or someone playing games with me, and it wasn't going to stop. Story 31. It was a quiet evening when the doorbell rang. The sound echoed through the house, sending a chill down my spine. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the lateness of the hour made it even more unsettling. I looked through the peephole, but saw no one. Frowning, I opened the door slightly, half expecting it to be a prank or some random stranger. Standing in front of me was a man, dressed in a weathered coat, his face shadowed by the dim porch light. He looked worn out, like he had been traveling for a long time. His eyes were wide, almost desperate, and he stammered, "I need help. I'm lost." There was something about his presence that felt familiar, but I couldn't place it at first. He seemed anxious, his hands trembling as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I felt an instinct to help, but something in the back of my mind told me to be cautious. I stepped outside, asking him what kind of help he needed. He didn't say much at first, only that he had been walking for hours and was hoping to find some direction. I didn't think much of it at the time, just that he was someone in need. But when he looked up at me, I froze. His face. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my heart skipping a beat. He had the exact same face as my brother, Ryan, my brother, who had died 2 years ago in a car accident. I stared at him, unable to move, unable to speak. It felt like a sick joke, my mind refusing to accept the truth. My brother had died in a crash, his body too mangled for any kind of funeral to bring closure. Yet, standing before me was a man who looked exactly like him. Same strong jawline, same dark eyes, same messy hair. The only difference was the lack of warmth in his expression and the faint signs of exhaustion on his face. "Who are you?" I finally managed to choke out, my voice trembling. I had to know this couldn't be real. But the man didn't answer. He just kept staring at me like he was waiting for me to understand something that I couldn't. His lips parted, as if he was about to say something, but he hesitated, looking down at his feet as though unsure of his next move. For a moment, everything around me seemed to blur. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, the sound of my pulse pounding in my ears. I was on the verge of panic, my thoughts spiraling. It was impossible. There was no way this man could be Ryan. It was a trick. Maybe some twisted coincidence or some cruel joke, but it couldn't be him. I stepped back, shaking my head, trying to clear my mind. "You're not him," I whispered to myself. The man's eyes never wavered, but I could feel something shift in the air, an oppressive weight that made my skin crawl. I couldn't take it any longer. Without thinking, I slammed the door shut in his face. My heart was racing, my breath shallow, and my body trembling from head to toe. I leaned against the door, trying to steady myself, to gather my thoughts. But I couldn't stop the image of his face from flashing in my mind. I grabbed my phone and dialed my best friend, frantic. "I think I just saw Ryan," I said, my voice cracking. "But it can't be him. He's dead." I explained everything as best as I could, but my friend was just as confused as I was. "Maybe it was someone who just looked like him," she suggested. But I could tell by the tone of her voice that she didn't believe it either. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's face. His eyes staring at me like he knew something I didn't. I kept replaying the encounter over and over, trying to make sense of it. How could someone look so much like Ryan? What kind of sick trick was this? The next morning, I decided I needed answers. I drove to the address I had seen on his coat, hoping to find something that could explain it all. I knew it was irrational, but the need to understand pushed me forward. When I arrived, the place was a small, dilapidated house on the outskirts of town. It looked abandoned, with peeling paint and overgrown weeds in the yard. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I left the area feeling even more unsettled. If this man had any connection to Ryan, why hadn't he told me? Why did he look so lost, so confused? And why hadn't he responded when I asked who he was? My mind was overwhelmed, and the questions seemed to spiral with no answers in sight. For weeks I tried to go on with my life, but that encounter haunted me. I couldn't forget the way he looked at me, the familiar warmth in his eyes that made me feel like I was staring at my brother. I began to visit the house more often, but no one ever showed up. It was like he had never been there at all, as if he had vanished into thin air. Eventually, I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling that there was something I was missing. I returned to the house again, hoping for some sort of closure, something that would explain the whole ordeal. And there on the front step was a crumpled piece of paper. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and read the words scrawled on it. "Don't look for me. I'm not ready." I froze. The handwriting looked so familiar, like something my brother would have written. My chest tightened, and I realized then that I wasn't dealing with some stranger. I was dealing with something that defied all logic, something that had returned in a form I couldn't comprehend. I left the paper on the doorstep and walked away. I didn't know what had just happened, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't keep searching for answers. Some things I realized were better left untouched. The man, the doppelganger of my brother, would remain a mystery one I wasn't ready to face again. Story 32. I had just finished a long day at work and was looking forward to relaxing on the couch, catching up on some shows. I grabbed the remote, switched on the TV, and sank into the cushions, eager to unwind. As the screen lit up, everything seemed normal at first, but then the image started to flicker. It wasn't the usual static from a poor signal. It was something different, something unsettling. The screen began to distort, and instead of the usual show, strange symbols started to appear. They weren't letters or numbers, but more like cryptic, jagged shapes that didn't make sense. I squinted at the screen, trying to figure out what I was seeing. The symbols shifted rapidly, twisting and merging into one another, almost like they were alive, moving beyond the capabilities of any normal television signal. Confused, I grabbed the remote and tried changing the channel. Nothing happened. The flickering continued, and the symbols only grew more complex and bizarre. I pressed the power button, hoping to turn off the TV and put an end to whatever was happening. But instead of shutting off, the screen went completely black for a second, then flickered back to life, the strange symbols reappearing. My heart raced. I tried again, pressing the power button repeatedly, but the TV refused to cooperate. Each time I tried to turn it off, it simply switched back on, the screen flashing with those eerie symbols. It felt as though the television had a mind of its own, refusing to let me control it. I stood up, pacing around the living room in frustration. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what could possibly cause such a malfunction. It wasn't just the TV, it felt like something was trying to communicate through it, or worse, trying to control me. I grabbed the power cord and yanked it out of the wall, hoping that would finally put an end to it. But even with the power disconnected, the screen remained on, glowing eerily in the dark room. I stood frozen, staring at the flickering screen. The symbols became more frantic, like they were trying to get my attention. The air in the room felt heavy, as though something was pressing in on me. My pulse quickened, and I felt a strange chill run down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was on the screen wasn't just a random glitch, it was something far more sinister. Unable to take it any longer, I grabbed my phone and tried to search for any explanation. Maybe it was a technical issue or some kind of signal interference. But as I scrolled through search results, a strange thought crossed my mind. What if the TV wasn't malfunctioning at all? What if it was doing exactly what it was supposed to? I tried to focus, shaking the thought out of my head, but the symbols on the screen seemed to grow sharper, more defined. Some of them looked like they were moving closer, as though they were coming toward me. I backed away from the TV, feeling a sense of dread settle in my chest. My mind was racing with possibilities, none of them good. Could this be some kind of message? Or worse, a warning? I sat back down on the couch, my mind spinning with questions. Why was this happening? Why me? The room was eerily quiet except for the soft hum of the television. I looked at the screen, and for a brief moment, the symbols seemed to form into a word, barely legible. I leaned forward, squinting, trying to make it out, but it was gone before I could fully comprehend it. The symbols shifted again, this time faster than before, as if they were taunting me, teasing me with their meaning. The unease in my stomach grew, and I had a sudden urge to grab the remote again, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I felt paralyzed, trapped by the mysterious symbols on the screen. Every time I looked away, the flickering seemed to get more intense, almost like it was pulling me back, forcing my attention onto it. Suddenly, the symbol stopped. The screen went completely blank for a few seconds, and I thought it was over. But then a sharp, high-pitched noise emitted from the TV. I winced, covering my ears, but the sound seemed to penetrate right through me. It was as if the noise was coming from deep within the TV itself, not just through the speakers. I could feel the vibrations in my chest, and the sound became unbearable. I jumped up from the couch and ran to the TV, yanking at the power button again, but it wouldn't turn off. The noise grew louder, and the symbols reappeared, now flashing erratically, almost as though they were warning me of something. I felt my breath quicken, panic rising in my chest. I grabbed the remote and pressed every button I could think of, but nothing changed. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The noise, the symbols, the flickering, it all ceased. The screen went completely dark, and the TV returned to normal, like nothing had happened. I stood there, staring at the now blank screen, my heart still racing, unsure of what to make of it all. The silence in the room was almost deafening, but I couldn't relax. My mind was still reeling from what I had just experienced. Was it a malfunction, a glitch, or something more sinister? I felt as though I had narrowly escaped something that had been trying to reach me through the screen. I slowly sat back down on the couch, my hands trembling slightly. The TV remained off, the room quiet once more. I stared at the dark screen, my mind still spinning with the images of the symbols. I had no explanation, no rational answer for what had just happened. But deep down, I knew one thing for certain. I wouldn't be able to forget those strange symbols, or the feeling that they had been trying to tell me something I wasn't meant to understand. Story 33. I had been keeping a journal for years. It was an old leather-bound notebook, filled with personal thoughts, sketches, and the occasional list of things to do. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a way for me to keep track of my day-to-day life. But recently, something strange had begun to happen. I started finding pages torn out of it, but I didn't remember doing it. Even stranger, the pages weren't empty. They were filled with writing. Writing that seemed all too familiar, but not in the way I expected. The first time I noticed it, I thought I was just being forgetful. I had left my notebook on the desk overnight, and when I opened it the next morning, several pages were missing. At first I thought I might have misplaced them, or maybe they'd gotten accidentally ripped out during a hasty closing. But when I looked closer, my heart sank. The pages that remained were filled with handwriting that was unmistakably mine. However, it wasn't anything I remembered writing. The words described events that had not yet happened. The first page described a trip I had planned for the weekend, but the details were far too specific. It mentioned a sudden rainstorm, a flat tire on the highway, and a strange man who would stop to help me. I read the words over and over, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I hadn't even gone on that trip yet. In fact, it hadn't even crossed my mind until I saw the description in my notebook. I thought maybe it was some sort of strange coincidence, my mind playing tricks on me. But as the days went on, the pattern continued. More pages began to disappear, and the writing on the remaining pages became even more unsettling. One page described a conversation I would have with a friend, a discussion about a job offer I hadn't received yet. It was as if my future had been written down before I even experienced it. Each page seemed to predict something that hadn't happened, but was about to. The handwriting was undeniably mine, but I couldn't remember writing these things. I would sit down at my desk, the notebook in front of me, and try to recall the moments described in the pages. I couldn't. It was like someone or something had written them for me using my own hand but outside of my memory. Each new page I found filled me with dread, like I was reading a pre-written script of my life. I wanted to tear the pages out to destroy the evidence of what felt like a nightmare come to life, but I couldn't. One evening I came home after work, exhausted and eager to relax. I walked into my bedroom and dropped my bag onto the floor, then reached for my notebook. But as soon as I touched it, I froze. The book was open, lying face up on my desk, as if it had been waiting for me. There was a fresh page torn out. I could feel my pulse quicken, my hands shaking as I turned the page to read what had been written. This page was different. It wasn't like the others. The handwriting was much more frantic, as if written in a hurry. It described an event I hadn't thought about in years. It was the night of a car accident I had witnessed as a child. The page detailed the crash, the broken glass, the sound of screeching tires. But what terrified me was the ending. The final sentence read, "You will be the one to cause the next accident." I couldn't breathe. My head was spinning, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I slammed the book shut, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What was happening? Who or what was writing these pages? And why? I couldn't stop myself from wondering if the events that had already been written down in my notebook were merely a warning. What would happen when I reached the last page? Would I be able to stop it? Or was I doomed to follow the path that had been laid out for me? I spent the following days in a haze, trying to make sense of everything. I researched the phenomenon, looking for any explanations. Some websites mentioned the idea of automatic writing, a phenomenon where someone's subconscious mind writes things without their knowledge. But that didn't feel right. These pages weren't just random thoughts or dreams. They were specific, and they were happening in real time, as if I was reading the future. I tried to stop writing in the notebook, hoping that by doing so, the strange occurrences would end. But no matter what I did, the pages kept appearing. More predictions, more details. I tried to keep track of everything, to figure out when and how each new event would unfold. But there were always more pages that described things I couldn't avoid. One page even warned me that my closest friend would betray me, and the very next day, I found that they had taken credit for my work at the office. The page had been right. I realized that the notebook wasn't just predicting the future, it was controlling it. Every page that disappeared was a new step, a new direction that I was being forced into. And each time I resisted. Each time I tried to ignore the predictions, they came true anyway. Almost as if the universe itself was determined to make them happen. I knew I had to do something. The notebook had become a curse, and I had no way of stopping it. I tried to burn it, to tear it into pieces, but it was like the book refused to be destroyed. Every time I thought I had gotten rid of it, it would reappear, sitting quietly on my desk, waiting for me to open it once again. I was losing control. I didn't know how much longer I could take it. The pages were taking over my life, and I was powerless to stop them. I wondered if there was any way to break free from the grip of whatever force was behind this cursed notebook. But the more I thought about it, the more hopeless I felt. It was as if I was trapped in a story that had already been written, and I had no choice but to follow the script until the end. Story 34. I had always known there was something strange about the attic in my childhood home. It was a place I rarely visited, mostly because it seemed like it belonged to a different time, a different world altogether. The old boxes, piles of forgotten family heirlooms, and dusty furniture made it feel like a place where memories were left to rot. But on this particular afternoon, as I was going through some old boxes searching for anything that might be of use, I stumbled across something I hadn't expected: a diary. The diary was worn, its leather cover cracked and faded with age. It looked like it had been tucked away for decades, its pages yellowed and brittle. I hadn't thought much about it at first, figuring it was just another one of those old mementos that families tend to hang on to. But when I flipped it open, I noticed something peculiar. The name scrawled inside the front cover sent a chill down my spine. It was my last name. But it wasn't my name written exactly. It was an older version of it, perhaps someone from a previous generation. I couldn't help but feel a strange pull to the diary. I sat down on the dusty floor and began reading. The first few entries seemed harmless enough, detailing the mundane life of someone from another era. The entries spoke of family gatherings, neighborhood events, and simple day-to-day activities. But as I read further, the tone of the diary began to shift. The writer's entries became more unsettling. The person began to describe events that mirrored my own life in eerie detail, places I had been, people I knew, and even dreams I'd had. At first I thought it was a strange coincidence, but the longer I read, the more the entries began to mirror my own thoughts. There were references to my childhood home, my school, and even a certain park I had visited often. It was as if the writer had been living my life, but in a different time. Then came the entry that stopped me cold. The writer described someone who looked exactly like them, someone who shared their name, their features, their memories. But it wasn't just a passing mention. It was as if the writer was obsessed with this person. The entries were filled with details about this person's movements, their actions, and even their emotions. The writer seemed to be following this person, watching them, and documenting every aspect of their life. The description of this person, this figure who looked exactly like the writer, was uncanny. The more I read, the more I realized that the person being described was not just someone from the past. It was me. The entries described my childhood, my habits, and even my mannerisms with chilling accuracy. It was as if the writer had been living inside my head, following me from a distance and recording my every move. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was reading something that I shouldn't be. The diary seemed to be about me, but from a time that didn't exist. It was as if someone had predicted my life, or worse, had been living it before I ever had the chance to. The entries grew darker as I continued reading, filled with mentions of a shadow that followed the writer wherever they went. The shadow was described as an unsettling presence, always lurking, always watching, just out of sight. It felt like a warning that something was coming, something that was tied to me in ways I couldn't yet understand. One entry stood out above the rest. It described a meeting between the writer and the other version of themselves, the one they had been obsessing over. The two had supposedly met in the middle of a field, under the cover of night. The writer wrote about how the other version of themselves had stared at them, with eyes full of recognition but also full of fear. It was as if they both knew that something was terribly wrong, but neither of them could explain it. The diary ended abruptly, the final pages filled with frantic scribbles and incoherent sentences. The last entry was particularly disturbing. It spoke of the writer's fear that they had somehow caused a split, that the other version of themselves was now living in the world, taking over their life and leaving them behind. The last words were jagged and hurried. "I can't escape. It's too late. You'll see her soon. You'll see her soon." I closed the diary with trembling hands, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. How could someone from the past know about me, about my life, in such detail? The coincidences were too much to ignore, too many strange alignments between the writer's experiences and mine. It was as if someone had been living my life before I even had a chance to. But who was this person? And why did they sound so desperate, so afraid? I couldn't shake the feeling that the diary wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a warning. I felt like I had uncovered something that I wasn't meant to see. Something that was tied to my own existence in ways I couldn't understand. The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that the shadow the writer had described wasn't just some metaphor. It was real, and it was coming for me. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what I had read. The darkness in my room seemed to stretch, growing thicker as the minutes ticked by. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking just beyond my sight. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, seemed amplified, as if the world around me had become suddenly more sinister. The next day, I decided to do some research on the diary. I wanted to know more about the person who had written it, and if there was any connection to my family's past. But when I went back to the attic to retrieve the diary, it was gone. The box was still there, but the diary was nowhere to be found. I searched the attic from top to bottom, but there was no trace of it. I don't know what happened to the diary. Maybe it was never meant to be found in the first place, or maybe it had always been there, waiting for someone like me to come across it. But one thing was clear: I wasn't the only person who had lived this life. There was someone else, someone from the past, who had walked this same path. And whatever they had left behind, whatever message they had tried to convey, it was still haunting me. I haven't been back to the attic since. I don't know if I ever will. The diary, the entries, and the shadow that followed the writer, it all feels too close to me now. I can't shake the feeling that the other version of me is still out there, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. And when it does, I'm not sure what will happen to the life I know. Story 35. For weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Each night, I would go to bed as usual alone, as I always was. But every morning I would wake up to find my bed covers twisted and tangled, as if someone had been lying next to me. I lived alone and there was no explanation for the disturbance. At first I thought it was just a strange habit I had developed during sleep. Maybe I was tossing and turning without realizing it, but the more it happened, the more it unsettled me. It started innocently enough. One morning I awoke to find the sheets bunched up at the foot of the bed, as if I had kicked them off during the night. I figured I must have shifted in my sleep. The next night, I made a conscious effort to stay still while falling asleep, hoping to avoid disturbing the blankets. But when I woke up, the covers were once again twisted and askew, even more so than before. I had not moved during the night, so what could have caused it? I tried not to think too much of it, but each night, the same thing happened. It became impossible to ignore. The covers were no longer just a little rumpled, they were tangled, as if someone had been under the sheets with me, shifting restlessly. I started to wonder if I was dreaming, but the feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach told me it was something more. It wasn't just a coincidence anymore. There was something else going on. I began to inspect the bed more carefully. I noticed that the wrinkles and creases in the sheets didn't make sense. They looked like someone had been lying in the bed with me, shifting from side to side, but no one had. I lived alone. I checked the locks on my windows and doors each night, making sure everything was secure before crawling into bed. There was no way anyone could have snuck in without my noticing. Still, the bed was disturbed every morning. I couldn't explain it. One night, after another restless sleep, I decided to stay awake and observe. I turned off the lights and lay in the darkness, straining to hear anything unusual. The house was eerily quiet, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I lay still, willing myself not to move, waiting for any sign of what was causing the disturbances. The clock on my nightstand ticked away the minutes, the silence wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. Around 3 a.m. I felt it. A subtle shift in the bed, a pressure on the blankets as though someone had just climbed in beside me. I froze, my heart racing, but there was nothing. No sounds, no movement, just the feeling of something or someone there with me. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that when I opened them again, it would all be a bad dream. But when I opened my eyes, the feeling remained. The covers were still, but I could feel the weight in the air, as though something was watching me. I sat up in bed, my breath coming in short gasps. I needed to get out of there, to escape whatever was happening. But when I swung my legs over the side of the bed, I felt something cold brush against my ankle. My skin crawled as I jerked my foot back, but I saw nothing. The room was just as empty as it had been the whole time. I ran my hand across the sheets, hoping to find some logical explanation, maybe a draft or something moving the covers. But there was nothing. The room was still. The bed was as it had been, except for the unmistakable sense of disturbance that hung in the air. The next day, I decided to take action. I moved my bed around, checked under it, and even examined the ceiling for any unusual signs of damage. I wondered if there could be something in the house causing the bed to shift. But everything seemed normal. I was beginning to think I was losing my mind. It was just me in the house, and yet every night the covers were tangled, twisted, and disturbed. I couldn't understand it. On the fourth night, I tried something different. Instead of lying in bed, I decided to sit in a chair beside it, fully dressed and alert. I wanted to see what would happen while I was awake. I watched the clock tick past midnight, the silence of the house swallowing everything around me. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist as the minutes wore on. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, but I refused to close them. Something was going on, and I was determined to catch it. Around 2:30 a.m., I noticed a faint rustling. It was so quiet at first that I thought it was just my imagination, but then I heard it again. A soft, almost imperceptible sound like something moving under the covers. My heart skipped a beat as I slowly turned my head toward the bed. The blankets were shifting. The covers were rippling, as though an invisible hand was moving through them. I couldn't breathe. The room felt impossibly cold, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I wanted to jump up and run, but my body wouldn't respond. The rustling continued, the bed seeming to undulate with the movement of whatever was underneath it. And then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The bed went still again. I didn't move for what felt like hours, too afraid to even blink. By the time morning came, I was exhausted. I had barely slept, and the bed was once again a mess. I felt like I was losing control of everything. The logical part of me wanted to dismiss it all as stress, as some kind of sleep disorder. But the other part, the part that couldn't shake the cold dread that had settled deep in my chest, knew that something more sinister was happening. Whatever it wasn't normal, and it wasn't going away. I decided to leave the house for a while, hoping that a change of scenery would help. But as I packed my bags, I realized something. The last time I had seen the bed untouched was the first night I had moved in. Ever since, the covers had been disturbed every single night. Had someone else been here before me? Or was something not quite human moving in the dark while I slept? The answer felt too terrifying to face. And yet, I knew that I would have to find out sooner or later. Story 36. I was sitting at my kitchen table when the knock came at the door. At first, I wasn't expecting anyone, so I hesitated. When I opened the door, there was nothing but a small package on the doorstep, the size of a shoebox. It had no return address, and the packaging was simple brown paper wrapped tightly with twine. I picked it up, feeling a strange weight in my hands, and brought it inside. There was no label, no indication of who had sent it. I set the package on the table and stared at it for a moment, my curiosity starting to creep in. I felt uneasy, but I couldn't shake the urge to open it. Carefully, I unwrapped the package, the twine coming undone with a soft snap. Inside was a small, metal lockbox, worn and aged. It had no obvious markings on it, just a simple, tarnished surface. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but the strange feeling in my stomach grew as I stared at it. Under the lockbox, there was a folded note. The paper was old and yellowed, the handwriting on it neat but hurried. I unfolded it with trembling fingers, reading the words aloud to myself. Keep it safe, or everything ends. A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't understand why someone would send me something so ominous with such a cryptic message. Who was I supposed to keep it safe from, and what exactly would end? I looked at the lockbox, feeling like it was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I sat there for a few minutes, pondering what to do. The box seemed innocuous enough, but the note weighed heavily on my mind. What if it was some kind of prank? But what if it wasn't? The words "everything ends" kept echoing in my thoughts, and I couldn't ignore the fear that began to settle in my chest. I tried shaking the lockbox, but it didn't make any sound. No rattling inside, no clue about what was hidden there. I ran my fingers over the surface, looking for a keyhole or a latch, but there was nothing. Just a solid metal box with no obvious way to open it. The more I stared at it, the more I became convinced that it was important, like it held something that I wasn't meant to see. Against my better judgment, I decided to look around my house for anything that could be the key. I checked all the drawers, the closet, Even the kitchen, nothing. I didn't know why I thought there would be a key somewhere in my house, but I couldn't stop myself from looking. Hours passed, and the unease never left. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, that somehow the note was a warning, though a warning of what I couldn't say. I placed the lockbox in the drawer and closed it, hoping that I could forget about it, but the dread lingered. That night I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept returning to the lockbox and the strange note. What would happen if I didn't keep it safe? What did that even mean? Every creak of the house felt amplified. Every shadow in the corner of my vision felt like it was waiting to jump out at me. I eventually gave up trying to sleep and got out of bed. The moment I opened the drawer with the lockbox, I knew something was wrong. The box was gone. I spun around, frantic, searching my room, but there was no sign of it. I checked the living room, the kitchen, even under the bed, but the lockbox had vanished. I couldn't believe it. I had only left it for a few hours. How could it just disappear like that? I called the police, but they didn't take me seriously. They thought I was just being paranoid, overreacting to a harmless package. I tried explaining about the note and the feeling of dread, but they just told me there was nothing they could do. It wasn't a crime to receive a mysterious package. The next day, I felt like I was being watched. Every time I stepped out of the house, I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the box wasn't just something random, it was part of something much bigger, something I wasn't meant to understand. A week passed, and the sensation of being watched only grew stronger. I started to hear things, whispers in the night, soft knocks on the walls when no one else was around. It was like the box was still there, lingering in the background of my life. I kept waiting for something to happen, for the warning in the note to come true, but nothing did. One night I received another knock at the door. This time I wasn't surprised to find another package waiting for me. It was the same size and shape as the first one, and once again it had no return address. My heart pounded in my chest as I picked it up. I couldn't stop myself from opening it. Inside was another lockbox, identical to the first one. The moment I saw it, I knew it was the same. The note inside was different this time. It read, "You didn't keep it safe. The end is near." I froze, staring at the words. My hands shook as I read them over and over. The dread that had been building inside me reached a boiling point. What did it mean? How could I have failed at keeping it safe when I didn't even know what it was? I felt trapped, like the walls were closing in on me, and I couldn't escape. I looked at the lockbox and realized the truth. It wasn't just about keeping the box safe. It was about what the box contained and what was coming for me. Story 37. My phone buzzed just as I was settling into bed. I reached for it lazily, expecting some spam notification or a social media update. Instead, it was a text from my best friend, Daniel. The message was simple, but it made my stomach drop. "I'm sorry, but it's too late." Confused, I stared at the screen, my mind racing. I hadn't talked to Daniel in over a week, not since he had stopped responding to my messages. I had assumed he was just busy or needed space, but this text felt final. Something about it sent a chill through me, a creeping dread I couldn't explain. I immediately tried calling him, my fingers shaking slightly as I hit dial. The phone rang and rang, an endless cycle that only made my anxiety worse. Then, without warning, it stopped. The line went completely silent, no voicemail, no disconnect tone, just an eerie, empty stillness. I pulled the phone away and stared at the screen. The call had ended, but there was no sign of whether he had hung up or if something else had happened. My pulse quickened as I sent him another text. "Daniel, what's going on?" But it remained unread. Panic started to settle in. I thought about driving to his apartment, but it was already late, and he lived across town. Instead, I checked our mutual friends' messages to see if anyone else had heard from him. No one had. In fact, most of them said they'd been trying to reach him too, with no response. I barely slept that night, my mind cycling through worst-case scenarios. By morning, I had convinced myself something was seriously wrong. I decided to go to his place, hoping I'd find him there, maybe just needing someone to check in. The thought of what I might actually find made my stomach turn. When I arrived, his car was in the driveway, but the curtains were drawn tight. I knocked, calling his name, but there was no answer. The silence in the house felt heavy, unnatural. I tried the doorknob, and to my surprise, it turned easily. The door was unlocked. I hesitated before stepping inside. The air was stale, as if the house had been undisturbed for days. The living room was untouched, everything in its place, but something about it felt wrong. I moved cautiously toward his bedroom, my heart hammering in my chest. The door was slightly open, revealing a dimly lit room beyond. I pushed it wider, swallowing the lump in my throat. The bed was unmade, but Daniel wasn't there. His phone sat on the nightstand, screen cracked, as if it had been dropped. My stomach twisted as I realized something was playing on loop of voicemail. I pressed play, my hands clammy. The voice on the other end was barely audible, but I recognized it instantly. It was Daniel. His voice was shaky, breathless, whispering something over and over. "It's too late. It's too late. It's too late." Then, final broken whisper, "I'm sorry." The message ended abruptly, and I stood there frozen, dread crawling up my spine. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just someone ignoring texts or needing time alone. Something had happened to him, something I couldn't explain. I turned on my heel and checked the rest of the house, but it was empty. His keys were on the counter, his wallet untouched. The only thing missing was Daniel himself. I called the police, barely able to keep my voice steady as I explained what I had found. They said they would send someone over, but I could tell they weren't treating it as an emergency. As I waited, I scrolled through Daniel's phone, searching for any clues. There were no recent calls, no messages other than the one he had sent me. But when I checked his photos, I felt my breath catch in my throat. The last picture in his gallery was taken just the night before. It was blurry, dark, but I could make something out his reflection in a mirror. And behind him, a shadowy figure, its face indistinct. My blood ran cold. I checked the timestamp. It was taken just minutes before he sent me that message. My hands trembled as I locked the phone and shoved it into my pocket. I didn't know what I had just seen, but I knew one thing for certain: Daniel hadn't been alone. The police arrived shortly after, treating it like a routine missing person case. They searched the house, asked the usual questions, but they didn't seem alarmed. They told me people disappear all the time, that he might have just left town. But I knew better. Daniel wouldn't just vanish without a word. Days passed, then a week, and there was still no sign of him. His car remained in the driveway, his things untouched. The police had no leads, no answers. Eventually they stopped updating me, treating it like another unsolved case. But I couldn't let it go. I went back to his house several times, searching for anything the police might have missed. One evening, as I stood in his bedroom, I caught sight of something in the mirror. At first, it was just my own reflection, but then I saw movement. A figure standing in the corner of the room, watching me. I spun around, but nothing was there. My heart pounded as I turned back to the mirror. The figure was still there, dark, featureless, closer than before. My breath hitched as the air in the room grew heavy, suffocating. I stumbled backward, my mind screaming at me to run. As I fled the house, my phone buzzed violently in my pocket. I didn't want to look, but I forced myself to. It was a message from Daniel's number. The screen flickered as I read the words, my blood turning to ice. "I'm sorry, but it's too late." I dropped the phone, a cold realization washing over me. Daniel was gone. Not missing, not hiding, gone. And whatever had taken him wasn't finished yet. Story 38. The evening air was crisp as I made my way home, the grocery bag heavy in my arms. The streets were mostly empty, the glow of porch lights casting long shadows across the pavement. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind where people exchanged polite nods but rarely stopped to talk. I liked it that way, predictable, uneventful. As I turned the corner onto my street, I noticed a group of people gathered in front of a house. At first, I assumed they were neighbors chatting, but something about their stillness made me uneasy. They weren't gesturing or shifting their weight, just standing there, their eyes fixed on the house in front of them. My steps slowed as I tried to make sense of it. There were 6 of them, all dressed in everyday clothing, yet something felt off. Their postures were too rigid, their expressions blank. No one spoke, no one acknowledged me as I approached. The hairs on my arms prickled as I glanced toward the house they were watching. The windows were dark, the curtains drawn, showing no sign of movement inside. I hesitated before raising a hand in greeting. "Good evening," I called out, my voice sounding small in the quiet. The moment the words left my mouth, all 6 heads turned in perfect unison. My stomach twisted as I met their gazes, cold, unblinking stares that seemed to look right through me. My throat tightened, and I instinctively took a step back. They didn't move, didn't speak, just kept watching. The longer I stood there, the more unnatural it felt, like I had interrupted something I wasn't supposed to see. My grip on the grocery bag tightened as I forced my legs to move, crossing the street without another word. As I hurried past, I resisted the urge to look back. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my mind raced with explanations. Maybe it was some sort of prank, or maybe they were just incredibly weird neighbors. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Something about them felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. By the time I reached my house, my hands were shaking. I locked the door behind me, pressing my back against it as I exhaled. The image of their synchronized movements replayed in my mind, unsettling in its precision. I shook my head, trying to brush it off as paranoia. It was just a strange moment, nothing more. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the dark house they'd been watching. Who lived there? Had something happened? The questions gnawed at me, but I knew better than to go looking for answers. This was the kind of thing you ignored, the kind of thing you convinced yourself was nothing. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me. On my way out, I glanced toward the house. It looked the same as always, quiet, undisturbed. There was no sign of the group from last night, no indication that anything had happened. I almost convinced myself that I had imagined it, until I noticed something small but chilling. The curtains, which had been drawn shut the night before, were now slightly open, and behind the glass, barely visible in the shadows, was a face, pale, motionless, watching. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly looked away, pretending I hadn't seen it. The feeling of being watched stayed with me throughout the day. I tried to focus on work, on errands, on anything that would take my mind off of it. But every time I thought I had pushed it aside, the image of those staring eyes crept back. I didn't want to be paranoid, but something was wrong on that street. That night, I hesitated before taking my usual route home. The idea of passing that house again made my skin crawl, but avoiding it would mean admitting fear, and I refused to let this turn into something bigger than it was. I walked quickly, my gaze straight ahead, determined not to look. As I neared the house, I couldn't help but notice how unnaturally silent it was. No crickets, no distant hum of televisions, just an eerie stillness that made my pulse quicken. I kept walking, telling myself it was fine, until I caught something in my peripheral vision that made my blood run cold. The group was back. This time they weren't standing in front of the house. They were standing on the sidewalk, in a perfect line, facing me. I stopped in my tracks, my breath caught in my chest. Their eyes were locked onto me, the same vacant expressions, the same unsettling stillness. My hands clenched into fists as I forced myself to keep moving. Whatever this was, I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a reaction. But as I passed them, something changed. One by one, in perfect synchronization, they turned their heads to follow me. No words, no gestures, just silent, mechanical movements. My heart slammed against my ribs as I quickened my pace, refusing to break into a run. By the time I reached my house, I was gasping for breath. I locked the door, bolted the windows, and turned off every light. My entire body was trembling as I pressed my back against the wall, listening. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no knocks, no sounds at all. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the darkness, every creak of the house sending a fresh wave of panic through me. When morning finally came, I forced myself to look outside. The street was empty. No sign of them, no evidence they had ever been there. Days passed, and nothing happened. I tried to convince myself it had been a bad dream, a trick of exhaustion, but the feeling never left me. The sense that I was being watched, that at any moment I might turn the corner and see them again. Then, one night, I found something waiting on my doorstep. A single piece of paper, folded neatly, with no name, no explanation. Inside, written in precise, perfect handwriting, were 3 words. You saw us. Story 39. I was sitting at my desk, absent-mindedly scrolling through my phone, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A folded piece of paper lay just inside my apartment door, as if someone had slipped it under without me noticing. My stomach tightened as I leaned forward, reaching for it with hesitant fingers. The paper was plain, no markings on the outside, just a single crease where it had been folded in half. As I unfolded it, a short message was scrawled across the page in uneven handwriting. We know you've been watching. A cold shiver crawled up my spine, my hands tightening around the edges of the paper. I had no idea who it was from or what it meant, but the words made my pulse quicken. I glanced at my door, expecting to hear footsteps retreating down the hallway, but there was nothing but silence. I stood slowly, moving toward the peephole, but the hallway was empty. Whoever left the note had already disappeared, leaving only their message behind. My mind raced as I tried to think of who could have sent it. I hadn't been watching anyone, at least not intentionally, unless they meant my neighbor. For the past few weeks, I had noticed something strange about the apartment across from mine. The blinds were always drawn, but sometimes late at night, I'd see shadows moving behind them. I never got a clear look at who lived there, only glimpses of figures passing by the window. It wasn't much, just something I idly observed when coming and going. But could that really be enough for someone to warn me? I reread the note, my pulse still hammering in my ears. Maybe it was just a prank, some kind of weird joke by a neighbor with too much time on their hands. But something about the uneven handwriting and the choice of words unsettled me. Not stop watching or mind your business. It was a statement. They already knew. I went to bed that night with an uneasy feeling in my chest. Every small sound in the apartment complex seemed amplified, every creak and distant voice putting me further on edge. I checked my locks twice before finally forcing myself to lie down, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I debated whether or not to just ignore the whole thing. Maybe I was overreacting, but as I stepped into the hallway, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. The door to the apartment across from mine was slightly ajar. Not wide open, just cracked enough that I could see the darkness beyond. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. Had it been left open on purpose? Was someone expecting me to look inside? I told myself to keep walking, to mind my own business, but my feet wouldn't move. The letter was still fresh in my mind, and something about that open door felt like an invitation. Cautiously, I took a step closer, peering into the darkness. The air smelled stale, like dust and something faintly metallic. I couldn't see much beyond the narrow sliver of light from the hallway. Just a glimpse of a bare floor, an empty chair, and something that looked like a pile of clothes in the corner. Before I could look any further, a loud thud came from inside the apartment, making me jump back. My breath caught in my throat as I stumbled away, nearly tripping over my own feet. The door creaked as if someone had moved behind it, but I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and hurried down the hall, my pulse racing with panic. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. Maybe the door had been left open by mistake. Maybe the noise was just something falling over. But the more I tried to rationalize it, the more the unease lingered. That night, as I sat at my desk again, I kept glancing at my door, half expecting another note to appear. My apartment felt too quiet, the silence pressing in on me like a heavy weight. Then, just past midnight, a noise broke through the stillness, a soft rustling, right outside my door. I froze, barely breathing, my eyes locked on the narrow space beneath the door. A shadow passed by, just barely visible in the dim light from the hallway. My skin prickled as I realized someone was standing there, just outside, unmoving. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there, but fear kept my throat closed. Instead, I stayed perfectly still, watching as the shadow lingered for a long, agonizing moment before finally moving away. I didn't hear footsteps. It was as if they had just disappeared. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept every light on, my ears tuned to every small sound in the building. By morning, I had made up my mind. I needed to find out who was in that apartment. I waited until the afternoon, when the building was busier, and knocked on the door across from mine. I expected no answer, but after a long pause, the door creaked open slightly. A single eye peered out from the darkness, bloodshot and unblinking. "What do you want?" The voice was raspy, barely above a whisper. I swallowed hard. I just wanted to see if everything was okay," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. "Your door was open yesterday." The eye stared at me for a long time before the door shut abruptly in my face. I stood there, heart hammering, before backing away. That night, I tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. I told myself I would stop watching, stop wondering. But just as I was about to turn in for the night, I noticed another piece of paper under my door. With shaking hands, I picked it up and unfolded it. The message this time was shorter, but it sent ice through my veins. Too late. Story 40. I was walking home after a long day at work, the streets unusually empty for the hour. The usual hum of the city felt distant. like the world had gone to sleep before I was ready to. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long, stretching shadows on the pavement. It was the kind of night where every sound seemed amplified and every movement felt exaggerated. As I walked along the quiet street, I heard something strange: footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my own echo, the sound bouncing off the buildings around me. But as I kept walking, the footsteps grew louder, closer. They were unmistakable now, heavy and rhythmic, as if someone were walking right behind me. I turned around quickly, my heart starting to race, but when I looked, there was no one there. Just the empty street, the darkened windows of the buildings, and the faint hum of the distant traffic. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, dismissing the feeling as nothing more than my imagination running wild. After all, it was late, and the mind can play tricks when tired. But as I began walking again, the footsteps returned, this time even louder than before. The sound of someone walking behind me, matching my pace, as if they were just a few steps away. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned around once more, this time scanning the street with more intensity, hoping to find the source of the sound. There was nothing. No one in sight. Just the empty street stretching in both directions, the shadows growing longer in the light of the street lamps. I could feel my skin crawling, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. I quickly glanced over my shoulder again, but the footsteps hadn't stopped. They continued, growing louder with every step. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Maybe it was someone walking at a distance, and I was just hearing the echoes. Or maybe I was just imagining it, letting my mind get carried away with the silence of the night. I began walking faster, hoping the sound would stop. But instead, the footsteps sped up, matching my pace exactly, as if the person behind me was now mirroring my every move. I turned a corner, hoping to lose them in the winding alleyway that cut through the block. The sound of the footsteps followed me, growing louder still. It was as though whoever was behind me was never far behind, always staying just within earshot, never out of reach. My breath quickened, my steps turning into a brisk walk, almost a jog, as the eerie rhythm of the footsteps continued to haunt me. I glanced back one more time, my heart hammering in my chest. Still, there was no one there. Just the empty street, the same stretch of pavement I had walked down moments ago. But I couldn't ignore the feeling anymore. The unmistakable sensation of being followed, of someone or something tracking my every move. The footsteps persisted, growing louder with each passing second. They were no longer just echoes or imagined sounds. They were real, unmistakably real, and they were getting closer. My pulse raced as I quickened my pace even more, my footsteps now matching the rhythm of the phantom behind me. I could feel the air growing colder, a creeping chill that seemed to follow in the wake of the mysterious steps. I turned another corner, desperate for escape, but the footsteps didn't falter. They kept pace, getting closer, closer, until I could hear the soft shuffling of feet just behind me. I broke into a full sprint now, my legs pumping furiously, trying to outrun the relentless sounds. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps stayed with me, matching my pace, gaining on me. It wasn't until I reached the next intersection that I dared to look back again. This time I didn't see the familiar stretch of empty street. Instead, I saw something else. A figure, just on the edge of my vision, standing in the shadows of a building. I couldn't make out its features, but I knew it was watching me, waiting for me to turn around. The footsteps stopped. Dead silence surrounded me, and for a moment I thought I had outrun whatever it was. But the feeling of being watched never left. I took a few more cautious steps forward, hoping to shake the eerie presence that seemed to linger, just out of sight. As I crossed the street, I heard the faintest sound behind me. The footsteps resumed, but this time they were different. They weren't following me anymore, they were leading me. I stopped in my tracks, my heart hammering in my chest, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The footsteps continued, now a few steps ahead, as though someone was guiding me forward. I couldn't explain it, couldn't understand what was happening. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the street itself had turned against me. I hesitated, torn between the urge to run and the strange compulsion to follow the footsteps. I took a single step, then another, drawn toward the direction the sound was coming from. With every step I took, the footsteps grew more distinct, more insistent. It was as though the figure ahead of me was getting closer, pulling me toward it. I felt a chill wash over me, the sensation of dread settling deep within my bones. I could no longer ignore the feeling that I was caught in something far beyond my understanding. I reached the end of the street, and the footsteps stopped once again. The figure in the shadows was gone. The air was still. The street lights flickered. For a moment, everything was silent, too silent, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Then the footsteps began again, louder now, as if they were directly behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew they were still there, waiting for me, following me, never stopping. As I walked forward into the darkness, the sound of the footsteps echoed in my mind, a constant reminder that I was never truly alone.